Okay, I'd like to bring this meeting to order. The Village of Villa Park Board of Trustees regular meeting, June 12th, 2023. Clerk Konecki, please call the roll.
Trustee Alfano? Here. Trustee Cordova? Trustee Corkery? Trustee Kozar?
Here.
Trustee Kumar? Here. Trustee Patrick?
Here.
President Kazone?
Here. And could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing. Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together this evening. May we have meaningful discussions that will help us to assist our village in these trying times. Help us to make the decisions that will affect the staff, directors, and residents of Villa Park. Guide us through the challenges we face, and may we approach each other with respect and kindness as one group. In your name, amen. Okay, to item 3, public comments on agenda items. Clerk Konecki, is anyone signed up?
Yes, first one I have is Leslie Allison CI, 11A item.
Hello, I'm Leslie Allison, CI, Chairperson of the Fund Commission, and this is Carla Graff, also on the Fund Commission. We are here this evening regarding item 11A. We have submitted a new revised budget that you should all have a copy of, and we are here in case there are any questions or comments that you'd like to direct to us when we get to that item. We also have Commissioner Mary Hines here that can talk more about the budget and about financial issues as well. Thank you.
We'll have Joe Amore regarding item 12B.
Good evening, Joel Morey, 309 East Maple Street. Wanted to talk about the parking at the train station. Also, Metra just revised their schedule again on May 30th, adding additional stops for Villa Park. This is the second schedule change for this calendar year. And we really do see ridership increasing. Right now, it seems to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But eventually, I'm anticipating that service will go back to normal as most companies require their people to come in. So I know that there was consideration of the proposal for the, I think it's a senior living, senior care center on the north side of tracks to give up some parking. But parking that's needed Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays is also going to be needed Mondays and possibly Fridays too. So I'd like you to consider that before you make any agreements to give up parking. Also, the pedestrian underpass that I've been advocating for since the early 2000s is now closer than ever before. This project may delay it, or it actually may encourage them to us to get it done quicker. Because I still believe that we're losing Metro customers to Elmhurst and Lombard, where passengers can get off the train at the end of the day and have unimpeded access to their vehicles. Because sometimes you never know what side of the train is, what track it's going to unload on. So I'll give you the schedule for your review, and that's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, I've got Donna Noxon regarding 12A.
Speaking on behalf of myself and not the Parks and Recreation Committee. I have spoken several times against taping the Parks and Recreation meetings due to the cost. It is redundant to pursue the cost conversation further when others have little or no regards to cost. Whatever is decided will be. Transparency and access to inform in a timely manner has been a hot topic in the last few years amongst the board members and residents. As a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I recently checked to make sure all Park and Recreation minutes were posted in a timely manner. which they were. Surprisingly, looking into a few other commissions, that was not the case. Few had missing minutes or minutes not posted in a timely manner. This, in a nutshell, is not promoting transparency and quick access to information. As a side note, staff is not to blame as they post them in a timely fashion once received. If we are going to promote transparency, it must be for all commissions and not just what is the big project or the hot topic at the time. We need 100% compliance by all to promote and achieve transparency and access to information. Due to the cost of taping meetings, whether it's several or all, I would like to merely suggest ideas for Manager Harline and President Kazone to engage trustees in conversations regarding ensuring all the commissions, P&Z, Parks and Rec, Fund, Economic Development, Environmental Concerns, Traffic and Safety, Cable, all have an appointed liaison that can make commission meetings on a regular basis. In addition to their email address being posted online, also post their liaison position. Liaisons would also be able to double-check minutes are posted in a timely manner. Being commission minutes are approved a month after the initial meeting, it takes approximately a few days to post, so approximately 5 weeks. Having a point person will let residents know who to specifically email for information and/or questions in real time. Taping only Parks and Rec does elevate its importance, but the reality is any issues regarding decisions are sent to the board.
30 seconds.
Parks and Rec Commission duties are only advisory and not operationals. We do not meet the second Tuesday of every month to decide how to spend residents' money. Our duties are detailed online.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Okay, also Christine Murphy regarding 11A and 12B.
Christine Murphy, 523 South Yale Avenue. On 11A, I am not in favor of doubling the Fund Commission's budget. We ask that all of our commissions be fiscally responsible and manage to their budgets. I don't believe that it's fair to increase one commission's budget and not increase any of the other budgets. I also would prefer to see the money used for a long-term village enhancement as opposed to a short-term 5-hour event. With respect to item 12B, I appreciate the developer's flexibility in offering to change their building into a lower structure in a one building as opposed to two. I still feel, however, the way I originally felt, that that is not our best location to put senior housing. And the reference to potentially integrating the metro station into a senior housing facility does not sound like a really good alternative. So I would be adverse to that new proposal, again, appreciating the fact that they're trying to be flexible. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine.
Okay, I also have Cheryl Tucker regarding 7A and 12B.
There's a lot of items on the agenda tonight that I would like to address, but seeing I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to address 7B and 12A. I just wanted to point out to the board, on April 12th, 2021, the board was approached to raise the water and sewer from the study done by Stanley Consultant on October 12th of 2020, which was 75 cents per month or 1.5% increase for each year from 21 to 25 for revenue to fund daily operations and capital improvement. June 13th of 2022, the village board voted again to increase water rates by 4.2% or 21 cents for 1,000 gallons. Yeah, I am aware that you all have this information. It was provided to you by the board by Michael Rao. There has been some criticism from previous boards for voting to increase the water budget. So now I am approaching you and wondering how you will be voting on this item and have made decisions for it. How, as a board, are you going to fix this continual rate hike problem with the city of Chicago? Seeing DuPage County, my understanding is looking for alternatives. What are we doing on that? Now on 12A. as I have previously mentioned for several of the meetings before, you're continuing the conversation whether to record the Park and Rec meetings. Like most residents, I would like all the commission meetings recorded to look at later. But can the village really afford to pay $350 a meeting times 11 commission meetings? Because it seems to me that if you're going to use the money for $350 for one meeting and record some of them, you probably are going to have to record all of them. And sometimes, we just can't get what we want.
Thanks, Cheryl.
I have no one else.
Okay, anyone else? Public comments on agenda items. Okay, we will move on to item 4, amendments to the agenda. Do we have any amendments proposed?
I did, when you,
Major.
okay. President Kazone, if you would allow me, I'd like to add one brief item under new business. I'd like to briefly discuss the idea of sending a proposal to sell naming rights to the Recreation Center to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Oh, yeah, could be more when we get there.
Okay. We need to vote on that? We need to vote on that? The board? No, okay. Okay, we will add that to new business. Okay, item 5, proclamations. We have none tonight. Before we approve our consent agenda, our finance director would like to just make a couple of comments about our, what's on the budget, within the agenda.
President Kazone and Board. Just a note here, under 6B, the bill listings for May 22nd, the 29th, and the 5th. We had a little glitch there. The total amount of this, of these three is $2,219,151.37. These were the listings that I did send to you, and that is what you've reviewed and looked at. The attachment that appears in the agenda for the week of 5/15 was approved in our last meeting. That should really be 5/22, and the bill listing for 5/22 is $53,948.21. Again, the total in this listing is $2,219,151.37.
0.37?
37, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go on to consent agenda. Item 6A is minutes from the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on May 22nd, 2023, and minutes from Coffee with the Board on June 3rd, 2023. And the bill listing for the weeks of May 22nd and 29th, 2023, and June 5th, 2023, in a total amount of $2,219,151.37. And do we have a motion for the consent agenda? Trustee Kumar?
I will make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I make that second.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Kornecki, please.
Yes, Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes. Okay, we move on to item 7A, and this is a first reading, an ordinance to be codified. It's an ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, removing and replacing Chapter 7 entitled Buildings and Building Regulations, amending Chapter 9 entitled Fire Prevention and Protection, and removing Chapter 22 entitled Swimming Pools of the Municipal Code. Major Harline.
This ordinance will adopt the 2021 ICC building codes as well as the state-required codes such as plumbing and accessibility. Additionally, revised permit fees based on square foot calculations or flat fee are part of this ordinance approval. The proposed ordinance also eliminates some of the village-specific amendments that can make it more difficult for builders to adapt to local code requirements. Staff recommends eventual passage of the ordinance after 2 readings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is a first reading, so it's discussion only. Any questions or comments on the ordinance?
Do we need to make a motion first for the ordinance before we have questions, or?
No, because this is just a first reading.
Yeah, okay.
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 Trustee Kozar.
So this came up in coffee with the board. There's been a lot of discussion on what actually is going on with our permits. So I have a number of questions that have come from myself and from our constituents here in Villa Park. So I think Director McLaughlin, maybe you would be you're kind of heading this up. So my first question is, if you can just kind of explain to me and everybody else, why are we doing this kind of reformatting of our permits?
Sure.
Our
Thank you.
permit structure, fees, all of that, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Board. With me tonight, I also have Inspection Supervisor Danita Anderson to help me with any of the code-specific stuff. She's in this all day. I'm not as much, but why we're doing this is that first and foremost, we're required as a municipality to enforce building codes, issue building permits, and do inspections. And we're currently doing that under the ICC 2015. ICC puts out a code every 3 years, so we're already 2 years out of date, or sorry, 2 cycles out of date. One major reason that we have a current building code is to keep up with new technologies, new energy efficiency, new life safety, in addition to keeping a good ISO rating. The ISO rating is what insurance providers use for homeowners insurance. Currently, we're at a 10, which is actually the worst that a municipality can be at. Previously, we were at a 5, but once we hit outdated codes, we automatically got dropped to a 10, or raised to a 10, however you want to refer to that. With the adoption of this code, we'll be reapplying to ISO for a new score, and Dean and I are very hopeful for that 5 again, if not close to a 6. But that is an automatic reduction on homeowners insurance for everyone in the municipality by adopting new building codes. Additionally, because we're doing the code, we took this opportunity because it's all in Chapter 7 where permit fees are. We have been having issues at the counter on trying to explain how much a permit costs to people. Staff felt that there wasn't a transparent approach to what is this permit going to cost. We get that every day, and we can't give them the answer until after we've done a review, after we figured out how big the project was, until after Danita's done everything that she's done, and then at the very end, it's, here's your bill for your permit. I wanted to take the approach of changing it to a square footage based instead of valuation. Square footage you can calculate while you're at the counter. If you're doing a remodel, you're doing a brand new home. How big is the home? Multiply $1 per square foot equals permit fee. Your permit fee will be $2,000 when you walk out of here. Excellent, great. I can now budget for that. I can plan for that. And implementing new flat fees for all of these smaller projects. In my report, you can see I excerpted the permit fees where it has all the new listed of flat fees. That is a complete restructure from the previous one. We went from about 9 pages of permit fees to the chart that you're looking at right now. Immense consolidation. If, as the director, I couldn't tell you exactly how much your permit was, there's a problem because the general public can't do that either. So we are restructuring it to make it actually transparent, to actually figure out while people are trying to budget for their multi-$1,000 project, what's the permit going to cost? I will tell you that day one.
Why don't you wait until...
Yeah, sorry. I didn't, yeah, you're in charge. Yeah, that's why we're here. We need a new building code, and I'm taking the opportunity to make permitting easier for everyone that's a part of it, including the residents and the contractors that do the work.
I've got more questions, but if Deepa has something relevant to what Mark just said, maybe better
Okay,
jump
there's
in.
a couple of things. There has been at least a lot of Facebook posts on this particular matter that I think are not completely accurate information. And I think the village needs to put out some kind of information that's more accurate on its social media and a proper kind of thing. I am going to suggest that you actually design a calculator that people can use to estimate their permit fees. I am planning in the next week or so, I'm still working on this, doing a simulation of what different costs are going to be. I'm working on that myself because I think that's important to get proper information out because you can easily simulate with what you have here. But until I get all the proper information and the right numbers, I cannot do that. So that's what I'm planning on doing in the next couple weeks with this. I am suggesting to Nick that we revisit this topic in a COW before we actually assess anything. I'm absolutely happy that you are structuring it this way and that you are making it much easier for our residents and for us to get a better rating with the ISO is very important. But I think the information out there has been somewhat, there's a lot of not so correct information out there that needs to be corrected in residents' minds. What I see is not increases in permit fees necessarily. I see a lot, what I see here is a lot of actually decreases overall cost to some people in certain ways and maybe increases in others. If you have unreasonable numbers as to square footage, obviously, then you're going to get some inflated numbers that may not be consistent. So I would like some kind of average cost number for a house in Villa Park for these kind of assessed and put online, because I think there's a fear that suddenly my basement is going to cost me a lot more. And it's more a fear than truth.
So, couple of things.
Yes.
We did have a cow already on permit fees, and that exact information that you're looking for is in my memo from there. A 400 square foot basement, a 2,200 square foot home, a 15,000 square foot commercial space, and a 160,000 square foot industrial space. Current, proposed, high, low for comparable communities and surrounding
I
communities.
know,
So it's on there, but
the information that's being sent
wrong.
out
Is
is
wrong.
wrong.
It's just-
Right,
that's
so
people
we
just
need to
being-
send out the proper information as a group. We shouldn't be, there shouldn't be information out there that is wrong spreading across Villa Park. And that we can't do anything about others, but we can put out the correct information.
I have only put out the correct information. It is the additional people online that are putting out misinformation. I'll have another cow.
Yeah.
I have the documentation. Everything that you just talked about is available. The one thing that will happen after adoption is a full-on campaign, because the Chapter 7 will not go into effect until January 1, 2024.
Oh,
We're
okay,
doing
so,
it now.
yeah.
I
okay.
have to redo all of the building permit applications. I have to redo the entire fact sheet, and we will be putting in the square footage calculator on the applications and online. All that stuff is going to happen.
Yeah, I think
I
what-
just can't do it until it's adopted. So it's
So if the
the
calculator is there, it makes it much
Yeah.
easier for people
The
to
whole
kind
goal.
of do it.
seamless.
Seamless, easy.
How do I do this?
Yeah,
Like,
and so-
yeah, all the information is readily available.
Okay.
And the marketing campaign will all be social media and website. But I couldn't do that until we had a locked-in dollar amount, and that requires board action.
Just goes there.
All right, so going off what Deepa was commenting about with some of the online chatter that's out there, as I look at your chart, the net effect, I'm actually not seeing increases across the board with permit fees. What I am seeing is a consolidation and something that is workable to try to make it easier to figure these things out. Are there any examples perhaps that I'm missing that we're having some sort of substantial increase of fees? Such as,
Yeah.
because that's what we're seeing out on Facebook, and I
Sure.
understand it's misinformation, but I
Yes.
just want to
So-
be clear on it.
Absolutely. There are quite a few rounding adjustments. I'm trying to actually, again, this goes to everybody can understand it, 50, 100, 150, 200, 250. No more $237, no more $167, like actual, how much does it cost to get a permit? You're gonna fall into these chunks because everything behind the scenes is based on an hourly rate for someone to pay to do this, or how much does it cost for a third-party consultant to do this? Those are already pre-negotiated dollar amounts. I don't need to get to the penny on this, right? We're gonna be issuing 2,000 permits next year. If it's $50, it's $50. I don't need to be $57. So a few instances where you could consider it as an increase would be under today's code, let me find a good one. There's not many. A pitched roof. Right now, pitched roof is $110, and we are going to $150, which is a $40 increase, because previously we did not have a plan review on roof permits. So that's just one of those things that we're going to be addressing, and it'll be $40 more. So a pitched roof to re-roof an entire home will be $150. Let's see here, water service line replacement is going up by $25 because we never charged for plan review. So we're correcting all the things that should have been corrected, but so we're capturing an additional $25 instead of the full 2 staffers that it actually takes. It's just moving it up to put it in line with what it costs, but it's not an increase in the overall permit fee. What else?
While you're looking, one of the
Yeah,
things that
I mean,
you
most of them are lower, but yeah, or the same.
one of the things that you had mentioned that I just wanted to pick up on is the cost of the actual inspection.
Yeah.
What do you estimate the cost of sending one of our inspectors out to a project? What does that cost the village?
Yeah, so we have a variety of different inspectors. Fire inspector, Danita, certified. We also have some inspectors that don't have as many certifications as Danita. Got a plumbing inspector. The staff is about between $50 and $100, depending on who it is and what trade they're inspecting. A third-party outside consultant inspector, if everyone's on vacation or if we're just so slammed, that's about $80.
Is that BNF? Is that the,
Yep,
okay.
That's who we work with, yeah. Who also helped us with the code review as well. So between 50 and 100 and 80, so still within the 50 and 100 bucks, 50 to 100 bucks. And that is captured as an average into all of these flat fee ones.
Okay. So we incur some expenses. I mean, we incur expenses doing plan review. We incur expenses during permit fees, or not permit fees, but inspections. And all those things, we're trying to recoup some of that actual expense with our permit fees.
Yeah, traditionally, building permit revenue is a profit center for a municipality, traditionally. That's how other things get paid for when you don't have a park district. It's how you help pay for staff, that's, building permit revenue is traditionally profit center.
But part of that revenue, we're using it to actually pay our staff and pay the
Correct.
expenses of what it costs to build.
Absolutely.
Are there things that a homeowner can do to their property if they're spending, less than, say, $2,000, $2,500, that only requires, as a homeowner, somebody living in the home, a residential homeowner, where they can get a permit for $25, $50 doing things? One of the misperceptions, I think, is that every time you pick up a screwdriver, you got to get a permit for it.
Yeah,
And
so.
on your chart, I'm not really seeing that, so.
Yes, we have not found that there is actually a project that's small enough that someone's telling us the truth on, that we don't find out later that they work without a permit. We're not finding that there's actually a project that's that small that would require a permit. Swapping out an outlet to an already wired box does not require a permit. The wiring's already there. So there's no need for us to issue a permit for a minimum of $250, do one inspection, and be in and out in 5 seconds. That's not the intent. That's not what we're talking about. It's when you're rewiring the house. That requires the electrical permit of how you're doing a service upgrade, electrical service upgrade. That requires to get in there. But swapping out an outlet, changing out a countertop, if it meets all of the other electrical and plumbing requirements, does not require a permit. It's the other scope creep, if you will. When you say, I want to do this project, and it turns out to be something bigger. Just come and tell us exactly what you want, and we'll put you in the right direction. Yeah, and then on the square footage based, that's an actual project. That's not a screwdriver. That's multiple trades. Drywall, electric, plumbing, concrete if you're doing an addition. Like that's a whole nother animal. We've readjusted since the open house the minimum fees for those based on the average projects that Danita's been inspecting. What's actually happening in town. So those are based on reality.
Are there any fees on this chart that you have to get a permit for that doesn't require an inspection?
There are three, well, no, I think there's two. There's 2 items on here that we have kept that do require a permit, but do not have an inspection, but it's a nominal fee, which would be roofing of an accessory structure and siding of an accessory structure. And those are the accessory structures that traditionally have been stick-built. A stick-built garage, a stick-built shed, not the tough shed that gets dropped in place and it's plastic and moved around. These are the things that have full foundations that people are re-wrapping and re-siding. This is to keep track of what is actually happening to that asset. Then that permit actually goes to the assessor and make sure that that document or that structure is still being maintained and still has a valuable, useful life. We do not do an inspection on those, but it's $25 for basically the administrative cost to make sure that everything is still being taken care of.
You mentioned...
The other side, the one other thing I was going to point out is that it's a $0 permit fee for the temporary moving and storage containers. We collect that, we do that, that's part of our code, but it's $0.
And you mentioned it going to the assessor's office. Just as a little side note, I don't think a lot of people recognize that when you do pull a permit and you're doing certain improvements to your home, you can get up to a 5-year tax reduction on your taxes based on the amount of money you're spending on home improvements. So very often I find, because in my office we do tax reductions, that the savings that you get over the longevity of that tax savings compensates you for, at minimum, your permit fees, if not more. So I know a lot of people, once they hear about that, they didn't know that previously, but that is an exception. So your point about the $25 permit fee could actually net the homeowner more than $25 in tax savings, potentially. You'd have to look into it. At the committee of the whole, I had mentioned some sort of culpability with the village. And my example that this was previous to what you're doing, and I think I like what I'm seeing in your department. I like what I'm seeing in terms of trying to streamline our permit process and making it work for our village and for our residents. You're starting in a very difficult place, and it's not going to happen overnight, and I recognize that. But I do see progress being made. It's not as quick as a lot of people want. You know, they want to click a button and have it happen.
Me too.
But I think when you took over, or maybe shortly before you took over, we were in the worst position that I've seen. And the last building project, substantial building project that I had done here, I submitted plans to have them permitted. I gave the plans, they gave it back to me with the stamp saying, you're permitted to do this. And then they added I believe it's called general notes.
Yeah.
And it says you have to comply to the plumbing code, the Illinois building code, accessibility code, and so forth. And there were just only a couple of items on there that they said, you know, you have to modify your plans. So we did that. Passed an inspection, and then they came back and said, according to the building code, there's a loophole in there that you have to change what you're doing. And my point in that was, you gave me plans back that were permitted. I don't want to search through 10,000 pages of 7 different building codes to find something that hypothetically could be wrong with my plans. That's the idea of permitting them. So if this happens to me, I think it happens to other people in town. And that's part of the reputation or the issues why we're seeing this on Facebook, and right away the village looks like the enemy, which they're not, and they shouldn't be perceived that, but it's based on past performance.
Yeah.
So one thing I would like to see, and I would like to hear from you, is that you're working on, when somebody puts forth a permit and they're permitted, any changes that need to be made to that permit are right there, clear and obvious on the permit. There's no hidden little loopholes that people have to go digging through, hoping that they pass their inspection.
Yeah, so since I've taken over, Danita and I have been diving into the entire permitting process and establishing new policies and procedures. That's one of the reasons why we're going to be overhauling all of the building permit applications. For anyone up here that's pulled a permit, there's one application for everything, which is incredibly confusing. So we are going to be splitting out and creating permit applications with new fact sheets, which will get into what you were saying. That should be known information on the front end. Hey, make sure that when you submit a set of drawings, it complies with this building plan. And then through the review process, actually making those corrections and those changes on the plan set, instead of having the most generic, must comply with 2021 ICC codes. That's a gotcha, and we're not in that business. We actually want things to be built appropriately and everybody understand what it is on the front end. When you have, especially, it happens on the residential side, which is much smaller, but especially when you're doing the commercial industrial builds, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars for projects. When you change your plans mid-construction, your costs skyrocket, sometimes where they can't be eaten on the project, and that's not acceptable. So we need to make sure everybody is fully understanding on the larger plan sets. There's no gotcha. This is exactly what we're going to be building, and I completely agree.
Great answer. That's what I wanted to hear. I don't
Yeah.
want anybody building something and then have that happen to them. The second thing in terms of culpability is that same project, passed inspection, passed the rough, passed the final. Then the first winter, I ended up busting pipes, and it turns out that the outside wall to the pipe wasn't insulated, which is something that I feel like should have been, when it was inspected and the permit was passed and signed off on it, there's the culpability from the village, that they come in, they see it, and they say, well, you don't have insulation back here.
Yeah.
It needs to be insulated. That didn't happen. This is before your time.
Okay.
Danita didn't inspect it. But that has to be, somehow, there has to be some sort of culpability there. Like, how do we fix issues like that? And I've heard other anecdotal stories. This is the only one that I've personally experienced, but I've heard other anecdotal stories where it's
Yeah.
come out.
So that would be going down to my staff is doing an inadequate job in the field. And in this instance, I hope it would be either brought to Danita's attention because she's responsible for all the inspectors, or than me, who's obviously responsible for Danita, who's responsible for the inspectors, and have a conversation about what happened. Why did you okay the inspection and let them move on to the next step? And talk about, from a managerial standpoint, is there a training? Is there something that you missed? Is there something you didn't understand? Or if you did, is there disciplinary action that may or may not have to go down the path? But that example right there is what I hate to hear, because I actually want people to apply for more permits and to trust community development. We're here. The entire permit process is to be an advocate for the property owners. We're here to make sure that the work is actually getting done correctly, so that Danita has a relationship with contractors and says, remember, I'm always going to look at these 7 things, and so that those 7 things are all life safety issues, and so that your home, your business, your unit, whatever it is, we all know that it meets a minimum standard. It's what building permits is all about. And when something like that happens, we lose the credibility, and I'm not happy with it. So the more people can apply for a permit, the better the town's going to be. It's just how it is. Building permits increase property values. It's a fact. So.
My last issue with that same job, and yes, that job was an absolute nightmare. It was terrible, and that's part of the reason why I ran as trustee, because of the mismanagement here in the previous administration.
Yeah.
But I was informed with that project that my permit was ready, and I submitted my check for it, and the village had my check, had my money.
Okay.
And because of perhaps a miscommunication issue, now, albeit I was informed that the permit was ready and they had my money, the contractor didn't physically pick up the permit, then was hit with a pre-start fee
because
the permit wasn't physically picked up.
Okay.
Then this point was argued, and the refund, the pre-start fee was refunded, but it wasn't refunded to me, who paid it. It was refunded back to the contractor, who didn't pay it. So how would you fix that moving forward?
Okay, so.
'Cause that shouldn't happen to residents.
So the first part is something that I've already adjusted. So, yes, there was instances where staff would take a check because the homeowner was paying for the permit, but the contractor was picking up the permit, or vice versa. Contractor's paying for it, but the homeowner. They do deals all the time. Our policy, which has been implemented for a few months now already, is that the second we accept a check, we 100% need to be turning that permit back to them. It's a transaction. You give me money, I give you permit. Because once we've accepted a dollar amount, we're saying that the permit's going to be good. And then it's completely unclear that if we've taken money, well, why can't I go build? So no, policy 100% from my administration is that we do not take any dollar until that permit is ready for issue, including checking on contractors and all that stuff, which you'll see is drastically reduced in the new building code. Plumbers, roofers, we do not need registration for general contractors, for electricians, all that stuff, out the window. We're not allowed to do it, we're not doing it anymore. So, which will also streamline how fast permits can get out the door. The number one waiting period, besides the actual plan review when we say, please give us corrections, is waiting on contractor registration. They just sit there.
So all of these comments that I'm hearing from you are very positive, and it makes me very encouraged that we're, as a village, making good progress, and your department is making good progress, so I'm very glad to hear that. Given all your comments and what I've read and what I've spent a lot of time on this last week trying to understand with this, I support what you're doing here to streamline this. That said, I'm not willing to waive the first reading, or the second reading, whatever it is.
For first reading would be.
First, I always get those confused, but I think that we do need to come back in 2 weeks, and if there's any constituents out there that have further questions, want to send me an email, or any of us for that matter, I think we need that 2-week time just to have that dialogue.
Agreed.
But I appreciate all your answers and your candidness on it, so thank you.
I'm an open book.
Yeah.
Up to you guys.
Yeah, it definitely will be back for a second reading, but it may not even be in 2 weeks. We may hold some more other fact-finding, getting facts out there. But yeah, we definitely will not vote on this.
Whatever collectively the board wants to do in terms of bringing it back, but as it stands right now, I mean, I'm comfortable with it, and I generally support it.
Okay.
The only request that I put out is that once it gets approved, staff has a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes to get ready for January 1. And even missing the next meeting is going to put us behind the 8 ball, because cows are only once a month. So if we really want to go to another cow, that's a month from now, which means that you're not going to vote until the meeting after that. And as I said, we have to change the entire permit fee structure of the software, and our IT guy's here right now, and he's nodding because he knows the pain that this is going to be. Like, the staff time to actually get this is tremendous, so I'm going to plead my case slightly.
Okay. Trustee Kumar.
I think this is one of those topics that's been floating around. I really like what is being done. I personally think that the permitting process is a safety for the residents of Villa Park. It's extremely important that it's done right and it's done well, because it protects us in our homes, and it protects us from also nefarious contractors and other aspects that, you know, not all of us are skilled in certain things. We're depending. We don't have the same information. This gets one other set of eyes on things. So it's extremely important that it is done right. It does follow a simpler, easier process. So I'm very happy with that. I am willing to come to a special meeting if we need to do an extra meeting on this topic. He has explained a lot. Maybe we do not need it. I leave that to, I do not mind having an extra meeting on this topic at some point, if necessary, to get the ball rolling. I do need to do some fact finding and have some discussions on top about certain, I think we need some information on certain very specific basic projects people may have that's out there. Like, most people have a 800, 1,000 square feet basement they may want to finish. That's the number they want. They want certain things. A roof, the basement, these are things that are common. A bathroom and a kitchen remodel, these are very common. So if we could get some information on, this is the basic size of house in Villa Park, and this is what it'll cost you overall for maybe 6 or 7 things, that's enough, because that will be set the mind of the individuals. Okay, this is what it's going to cost me. I know the upfront full cost for this approximate. And you have to obviously have a disclaimer, because someone's kitchen is going to be like 1,500 square feet and one person's kitchen may be 400 square feet. It's going to be different. But then you can just say this is like what an average house would, cost you in Villa Park.
So that's exactly what Danita and I did when we figured out what should the dollar per square foot and the minimums be. It was, what is the minimum that we would do for the bathroom remodel? Gut job, but the bathroom's 10, what do we use, 10 by 5?
No, 8 by 5.
8 by, sorry. So an 8 by 5, what is the bare minimum that it would take for the full plan review from a plumbing and a structural, the actual permit, the fee, and the number of inspections? And that project is exactly what the minimum is. We went for the smallest projects that we could possibly do. There's not large homes here. So
Exactly.
if you're redoing an entire kitchen, you're gonna meet that minimum, because just on the square footage. So
Right.
that's exactly the approach that we took. That is our methodology.
No, I understand your methodology. I think people want to see a number that's a real number and then list out for this square footage. This is the list, and just an average square footage and minimum or whatever, somewhere that has to be listed and sent out. Because there, as I said, people are saying it's going to cost them $10,000 to do something.
That's just a lie.
It's a lie. But the thing is, if we don't get out the right information, it doesn't look good for us, because only the lies are out there. The truth has to be out there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Trustee Alfano.
I want to first thank you for explaining it the way that you did, everything you did today, because I did come in questioning about fees and structures and what that pertains to. But I also have fielded a lot of questions about how those costs, those permit costs were determined. And I know that it was at the Coffee with the Board in particular, where they were given like a data sheet.
Yeah.
And we didn't know how to read that, and everybody was kind of confused. So you did kind of go through that process just now of that, with that explanation. I think it would benefit us to have that in writing somewhere. So, and I know it's kind of a pain to do that in writing, but if we can explain that to people and why those fees are and what is connected with that, it's not just one permit or one inspection, it's these inspections, and you're going to have 1 or 2 of these types of inspections. I think that that's important for residents to know. I think that's one disconnect.
Yeah.
And I don't want to discourage people from not getting a permit, because this is for their safety. But I also, people are looking at comparable towns and saying, some of these are really a lot higher. I think some of that has been changed based on some of the feedback that you have already received. So I don't know if a lot of people have had a chance to dissect that information yet, but thank you for being willing to kind of listen to them.
Oh, yeah,
And go back with that. But if you could explain more and really make sure that people do understand what is behind the fees and what they can get or what they should expect with the fees.
Got it.
And with the inspections. I'm an educator, I like to work with checklists, so if you come to me and like, here's your permit, here's your checklist, this is what we're gonna look for.
Yeah.
And then at the end, when you sign off, it's, we did this, we did this, we did this, then we could possibly avoid those situations where we didn't know that there was, a pipe that wasn't insulated, and those types of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you.
Yes, and so the new application will be very check-based
Great.
for everyone, because
Yeah.
then the applicant knows I've hit all the boxes, and then the reviewer knows I made sure I checked everything. So it's a two-way street.
Sure, thank you. Oh, and one more thing. We are going to have another meeting for contractors and for residents to
Yeah,
attend.
so, the manager and I were just talking about that. We're going to see about how we can do that and still get this thing.
Okay, it was suggested that we make sure that it's at times when contractors could be there. I don't disagree with those comments.
No, we've discussed that.
Okay,
We could possibly roll it into one big meeting and then clarify instead of having multiple
Right,
meetings.
yeah, no, we,
Yeah.
yeah, we'd like, like the director
That,
said, we'd like to get this going.
everybody's there and it's an open
Yep.
meeting.
No, I'd like to thank you guys too. I know there's a lot of work. I know we've been discussing this for a long time, and you guys done a great job getting this going and
Yeah, it's,
fielding the calls and questions, so
yeah.
it's good.
Code adoption is one of those things that you do probably like every 6 to 9 years. So it's a big undertaking, and this was the opportunity to get Villa Park on the right side of permitting, so.
Okay, anyone else?
Just,
Manager Harlan?
if I could, President Kazan, real quickly. First of all, thank you, Mark. I think you did some great work. I think if Mark had not fallen off a roof immediately before the committee of the whole meeting, and Danita had been thrown into service with almost no preparation, we might have been able to have done a better committee of the whole meeting, but,
I was in the hospital during that other meeting.
yeah, so that was,
Yeah,
but-
we mentioned that at coffee with the board.
Yeah.
You know, you had some
Right.
other circumstances there.
Literal pain.
Yeah.
So I think from what I'm hearing from the trustees is that the concept and how it is going to apply is understood here, but maybe if we had another session, maybe in one possibility would be do it at 6 o'clock before the next meeting and advertise it again. 6 o'clock is after most contractors are off the work. We actually thought that 3 o'clock would get them coming right off the job, but apparently we didn't get very many people to come. But, those people who are worried about the process, invite them in. It's important, like you said, the ISO rating is important to everyone in the village. Good building code enforcement is valuable to everybody, and I don't want to get preachy. And hopefully we'll get more people to come in, and it's easier. There are, on the other side, once in a while we have people who vastly undervalue their project, and it's very difficult in the current status to understand if somebody is, getting a lot more out of the village in terms of inspections than they're putting down on their piece of paper. So if we can get a system which is easy and discourages that, then I think we'll get a lot more full payment on permits, and not people who are, right now it's I think there's some practices that we could encourage to go away, get the funds that we need to run the department. Because if somebody's doing a project and they really need to pay, an $800 permit, and they're only paying $300, then the rest of us are picking up that tab, because we're going to have to put some of that effort out there to go and inspect the electric several times, the sewer connection. Do they need a new radon system, all this kind of stuff. And so we end up putting in more money to inspecting it than we're getting out, and so I think this will help take care of some of that as well. And I think Mark's done a really great job working with BNF to come up with some, updating the codes, reviewing the codes, taking out stuff that has been kind of a bit of a obstacle for people coming here because we had some unusual, some different exceptions. Almost all cities adopt some exceptions to the code. For instance, not requiring sprinklers in single-family homes, but working with the fire chief as well, coming up with exceptions to the square footage required to have for a small commercial to 2,000 feet. So there's some things that will allow us to do things that are actually more permissible than we had before. And he's worked with a lot of different people to make sure that can happen. And the other people whose safety is protected by having good codes are firemen and anyone who's going into those, and our building inspectors that are going into those buildings. So anyway, that's my spiel, and I hope I hope that if that's a viable option, I think that would be fairly easy for us to move forward and also get past what I understand. Get past those, give people a chance to have direct contact with the experts and get their questions answered, and save you from people yelling at you on the phone. So,
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we move on to item 7B, ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, amending water rates. Manager Harlan.
The City of Chicago and the DuPage Water Commission have increased water rates effective May 1, 2023. As we have done in the past, this ordinance will increase the water rate that the village charges its customers by 5%, which equates to 21 cents per 1,000 gallons to cover the increase. If approved, this new rate would be implemented on bills mailed out at the end of June. Due on or about June 20th, 2022, this is merely passing through the increase. If we don't pass through this increase, then we will have to absorb the costs with, not getting as much capital, projects done or something like that. So our costs are going up regardless of whether we adopt this. We strongly recommend eventual passage, or strongly recommend passage of this ordinance.
Thank you. And the bills are due July 20th of 2023.
I'm sorry, July 20th.
Yeah, 2023.
Yeah.
That would be on there. Okay.
You just can't read.
Okay, any questions or comments? Trustee Kumar.
I would like to waive the second reading on this and make
First
a
reading?
motion. The first reading. However, I would like also to, if there are any aspects, I don't see any way around this, actually, if there are any other water sources or whatever to be, do some research on, how to keep those rates lower. As I said, most of the, it is a substantial increase for most of us in Villa Park. It is expensive, and there's really no choice because we're taking the rates from DuPage County. Passing through is fine because we have no choice, but at the same, it's something to discuss with DuPage County and how they're actually bargaining their rates. It's not actually in our hands
Okay.
at this point.
So we have a motion to waive the first reading. Do we have a second? Trustee Patrick?
I'll make that second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, Clerk Kornecki, this is a motion to waive the first reading.
Okay, Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes. Okay, so we waived the first reading. We have a motion on the ordinance itself. Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, we have a second on the motion. Trustee Kumar.
I'll second that motion.
Questions or discussion? Okay, just as a note on this, yeah, we are tied into DuPage County, who is tied into the city of Chicago. I was just elected to the DuPage Water Commission as one of their commissioners, so I've been speaking to them a lot lately, and I know Director Guerrera and I have been to a couple meetings with DuPage County, and their long-range plan is to negotiate. When the DuPage Water Commission first signed their contract with the city of Chicago, it was a 40-year contract, which expires in 2024. So the DuPage Water Commission has been negotiating with the city of Chicago for a couple of years now, and they are not very helpful with, on their negotiations. Long-term plan, if we cannot get a good contract with DuPage County or with the city of Chicago, would be to build our own transmission lines from Lake Michigan, put cribs out there, pump into our own, so have our own service, which is long range, 15 years probably, and, several $1 billion. The goal really, though, is to get the same costs for water as the city of Joliet is getting right now with the city of Chicago, which is an extremely lower rate. It's about 50% less. So the negotiations are undergoing, and hopefully we can get that squared away with the city of Chicago, get our rates lowered, and then we can lower the rates to obviously to our residents. We don't like raising them, but like Trustee Kumar said, we just, it's a pass along. We just have to do that. So, okay. Any other questions or comments? Clerk Konecki, vote on the ordinance.
Okay, Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Kazone?
Yes. Okay, so that passes. Item 7C is an ordinance amending Section 3-13A of the Municipal Code of the Village of Villa Park to reduce by 1 and increase by 1 the maximum number of licenses permitted under the current Class 1 liquor license. Manager Howley.
The current owner of 53 East St. Charles Road, doing business as El Barrio 3, has applied for a Class 1 liquor license to sell alcoholic liquor to patrons seated at tables or at the bar for consumption on the premises. The previous owner of the establishment at this location, Montecasino, have surrendered their license upon sale of the property. The owners have successfully completed the background checks and the Liquor Commission. With the surrendering of the Montecasino Class 1 liquor license and the issuance of Class 1 license to El Barrio, the total number of Class 1 liquor licenses is 10. The Liquor Commission recommends approval of the issuance of this license.
Thank you. Okay, this is a first reading, unless someone would like to waive the first reading. Trustee Kumar?
I would like to waive the first reading.
Okay. We have a second to waive the first reading. Trustee Patrick?
I'll make the second.
Okay. Questions or discussion? Okay. Clerk Konecki?
What do you need for a quorum? What do you need for a quorum?
To approve it.
Just generally, you need 4, right?
You need to approve, yes.
All right, so you,
1, 2, 3, 4.
so even as the president, and the quorum of the trustees?
Correct.
Right, but there's 2 different types of quorums. You've got the trustees, and then you've got the trustees plus the president.
Trustees to say yes.
Okay, so you don't have a quorum.
To approve. To waive the first reading, you're just saying
Right, but to actually vote on it, you don't have a quorum.
you have a quorum to vote on it, you won't have enough to approve the ordinance.
Right.
You need 4 trustees.
Right. Do you follow what
The
I'm saying?
president,
You
yes.
only have 3 trustees. Because I can't vote on yours. Right.
I see what
So
you're saying.
maybe it's moot to waive the first reading.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a discussion here on the waiving the first reading. Okay.
Thank you. Because of because one of our trustees can't vote on this matter, it might not behoove the board at this time to waive first reading so that the ordinance gets the appropriate number of trustees approving the ordinance. So as you consider, do we have a second? Do we have a motion and a second? So as you consider that, the legal recommendation would be, maybe it would be better to vote down the motion to waive first reading and actually just consider it at this time, unless the manager has information that there is an urgency on approving this at this meeting today.
Looking at my staff is there an urgency that we need to be, okay, no. There's not, I didn't.
Okay. And that's fine.
What's the voting quorum, though? Voting quorum would be
So,
3, right?
to approve any ordinance, you need a vote of 4 of the corporate authorities. There are certain regulations applicable to when the village president can vote. And on this matter, I believe that the code of ordinance would require 4 trustees actually voting in the affirmative on this. So because we just don't have enough at this time, it should be voted upon at the next meeting and just consider it in normal order for first reading.
Okay.
So okay, go ahead.
Trustee Kozar.
So this is an example why Villa Park should align themselves with the state of Illinois liquor code. Villa Park should not be any more restrictive than the state of Illinois liquor code is. We should follow what the Illinois code says. And if that was the case, we wouldn't have this problem. And one of our businesses could continue to do business in Villa Park. But because Villa Park has chosen to be more restrictive than the state of Illinois, unfortunately, one of our businesses has to suffer.
So, with respect to this current ordinance, is one of the businesses being delayed by this? Because it's my understanding of the reading of the ordinance that there's an anticipated change in the establishment's operation.
No, they've sold. There's a new owner there.
And they're waiting for their
They're waiting,
liquor
but
license?
they actually could have had this several months ago, but they delayed their own through some, they weren't expediting their, the requirements that we had given them, if it's my understanding. With our department here, they had asked them for some information, and it took them a while to get the background check done, and then they delayed themselves getting all this information to us. They could have had this done several months ago.
Okay, if you could give me 1 minute so I can look at the code regarding the voting of the president, so I can give you specific information on this.
I was trying to look that up.
Okay, so under section 2-422, under the village president's right to vote, the village president may vote where 1/2 of the trustees then holding office have voted in favor of an ordinance, resolution, or motion, even though there is no tie vote. So the number of trustees holding office in this municipality is 6. So if 1/2 of the trustees holding office, being 3, vote in the affirmative, then the village president may vote. So he may vote on this if we do have 3 yes votes
Okay.
on this matter.
So we can waive the first reading, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, and then go ahead and vote on this.
And if there are
particular
3 yes votes, the village president may vote.
What do you suggest? I mean, I know I'm a yes vote, but I cannot speak for the other trustees who are voting. Should we take a consensus before we do anything else, or what do you think?
I'll do that.
Yeah. If
You know,
you do that.
that's probably a good idea. Let's just make a consensus right now with,
Okay.
yes to waiving the first and then voting on the actual ordinance. If we get a consensus of 3 trustees, then we'll go ahead with it.
If we just called the roll and the president votes last, then you'd know whether you have the 3 at that point, right?
I think before they're waiving first reading, though.
Oh, I
they're
see.
making
Okay.
a certain determination.
Okay.
Trustee Patrick has.
Trustee Patrick.
A question that I would like answered is how could they continue to serve alcohol at this point if they're doing so already?
If they are, then they're not supposed to be.
Yeah, that's,
Have you been in there? If they're serving alcohol right now, then it's a violation, and we can't shut them down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should not be. They should not be. They are open for business. They do have I know the Barrio has a certificate of occupancy. They just cannot sell alcohol.
And that's in any way, shape, or form, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Clerk Konecki, consensus on whether we will have 3 votes
The
for
three
the liquor
trustees.
license?
Yes. Trustee Patrick?
So just refresh me, what is this for now?
This is just so that we know that we will have 3 votes.
To waive.
Why don't we tell them
To waive the first reading, and then
Okay.
he can actually vote if he's voting.
Then we'll-
Because otherwise, there's not
If we
enough
waive the
people,
first,
in
we
the-
gotta
you know,
vote on it anyway, right?
in our quorum. The president has to vote.
Yeah.
To be consistent with what trustee Kozar said, I am going to say no at this time. I think we should go to a second reading.
Okay, so that,
Okay, then,
all right, so then,
We don't
okay,
have
go
three.
ahead.
okay, so we still have the motion to waive the first reading. We'll have a vote on that, to waive the first.
Okay, waive the first reading. Trustee Patrick?
No.
Okay. Trustee Alfano?
No.
Trustee Kumar?
No.
Okay, and President Kazan.
Okay, okay, so we will bring that up at our next board meeting. Item 7D is a similar ordinance.
I would suggest we.
Hang on, please.
We gotta read it
Wait
in.
to be respectful. Okay, it's an ordinance amending Section 3-13A of the Municipal Code of the Village of Villa Park, reducing by 1 and increasing by 1 the maximum number of licenses permitted under the Class B liquor license. Manager Hartline.
Foremost Liquor, located at 436 West St. Charles, is being sold to Baron Derpal Chima and Kanjwaljit Sandhu. The new owners have applied for a Class B license to sell alcohol liquor in original packages for consumption off premises. Foremost Liquor currently operates under a Class B liquor license, and the license will be surrendered upon sale of the business. Both owners have successfully completed background checks with the issuance of this license and surrendering of Foremost Liquor's current license. The total number of Class B liquor licenses issued is 8. The Liquor Commission recommends approval of this issuance of this license.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so discussion on this, but obviously we will do the same as the first. Trustee Kumar.
I would have normally waived the first reading, but I will not
Yeah.
due to the quorum issue at this point.
Okay. Trustee Patrick.
Do we have something online for our residents that can simplify our liquor licensing, what each permit is, or which license is, and what it consists of? I think there's...
It's in
a lot of
Chapter 3.
I think there is a lot of confusion, though, as well. I think the village could put a simplified version out there for our residents that shows what our different types of liquor licenses are and what those look like for that.
Oh, it's in Chapter 3 of our ordinances if you go online.
Yeah, but there's a lot of residents out there that don't have access to online or, aren't capable of. I mean, I'm just like a simple image that shows what our classifications of liquor licenses are and what they consist of. I don't think people should have to search through our village code to find out that information.
Yeah, we can put, because, it's just paragraphs on each type of license and what it allows.
Yeah, that'd be great for the residents to see.
Yeah, we can throw something on there.
I think it should go under the businesses.
Trustee Kumar?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We should put it under the new business kind of section. There should be a section on that. Like, where you're setting up a new business, that's where it should go, because then they know what types of licenses, and you can look it up right there, somewhere in there.
Yeah, well, Manager and I, we can discuss that.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. Do you want this on on the website?
Sure, that would be even better.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I thought the concern was about people who didn't have access to the web. I understand, okay.
Well, ease of access as well is an issue with the village, and I think that's why we're looking at revamping the village website as well currently, because it's very hard to find things on there. But also not just hard to find things, simplified versions of things as well. Like, there might not be people out there that understand the difference between a Class A or Class B license.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to item 8A, an ordinance authorizing the sale of surplus personal property owned by the Village of Villa Park, which is a 2018 Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat. Mr. Harline.
The village is in possession of a 2018 Hellcat Dodge Charger, SRT Hellcat Dodge Charger. The car was obtained by seizure during a police investigation. The car is a bright orange sports car with a 700 horsepower engine and runs on premium fuel only, which has to be purchased directly at market rate. We don't purchase that in bulk. So the village is seeking to declare the vehicle surplus in order to sell the vehicle. The proceeds from the sale could go to purchase a new car for detectives in the police department or other equipment needed by the police or other departments. Staff recommends the board give authorization to the village manager to sell personal property owned by the village, namely the one Hellcat Dodge Charger. There's a greater description in there. So we urge the board's approval of that ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Kumar,
I'll make that motion.
second. Trustee Alfano? Okay, questions or comments? Trustee Kumar?
When the sale happens, is the funds, where do they transfer? Are you transferring it to the, to a line item in the budget, or will it go in the general fund? How are you guys planning on addressing?
Well, thank you, President Kazone. The funds would by ordinance go to the general fund, but I think it's one of the reasons I put that in the introduction language in the memo, is that because this was obtained by the work of the police department, we think that they should get some reward for their efforts. The other thing to point is that the original use of the vehicle was going to be as a bait car, but it has not worked out for logistical reasons. It's hard to put the cameras in the car properly. Drilling holes into it to put cameras and such in there devalues the car, so we really cannot use it for the purpose we'd hoped to, the reason why we held on to it. So we will sell at auction, and we, based on the, as it says in the memo, look to sell it for more than $55,000. So, and we'll get the best price we can.
Okay. Trustee Kozar?
Does this go up for auction, or are we just putting a price tag on it?
We are going to have a sealed bids, actually. We'll advertise for sealed bids. We have a service that we use for auction, but it's not the typical kind of car you would look for in that market. This is where you sell, old trucks and pickups and that sort of thing. So we know we've had some interviews, we've had some brief discussions with some car dealers, and we're gonna get the word out and make sure we get a good price, and we'll have a good reserve on it so that we get at least what we're at, somewhere in the neighborhood of $55,000 or more. The price on Carvana was about 57, and then the Blue Book value was somewhere between 60 and 70, somewhere in there. So we feel confident we'll be able to raise some money. One project that the police department has been looking at is the possibility of purchasing scales to look for overweight vehicles, especially on Illinois 83. They tear up the roads, and right now there's an opportunity to move forward on that as soon as we have some funds identified.
And with the sealed bid, you'll have a minimum on there? Like a minimum bid?
Yes, we'll set up, yes.
Right. And we're sure that Chief Rivas doesn't need a new company car?
We're sure that would not be inappropriate, whether he wants it or not.
Yeah. He's too tall. He wouldn't fit in there.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Alfano?
I just wanted to make sure the reserve's going to start at 55,000. Is that the reserve then?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Okay. Clerk Krannecki, please.
Okay, Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
President Kazoo?
Yes. Item 8B is an ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, prohibiting the use of groundwater as a potable water supply by the installation or use of potable water supply wells or by any other method. And this is for Charlie's Auto Service. Manager Harlan.
Perry Environmental is working to fulfill the obligations of the the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency site remediation program to obtain a no further remediation letter for soil and groundwater contamination related to the property located at 134 West St. Charles, currently owned by Charles Pickrell. The ordinance prohibits the use of groundwater as a supply of potable water through the installation and/or use of private potable water supply wells, with revisions as required by the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency. Staff recommends approval of this ordinance. We have spent numerous weeks going back and forth trying to make sure that we got all the, with the IEPA, happy with the way that the contractor was putting it, phrasing things, and the attachments, and they have also completed the sealing of the parking lot by paving it, which I think is a great improvement. I know that they're eager to get this done, and I feel about 97% confident we've done everything IEPA wants. Maybe 98.
Hopefully. Okay, do we have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
Second. Trustee Alfano? Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Kornecki, please.
Okay, Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes. Okay, move on to item 8C. Is an ordinance to approve the non-exclusive public utility easement agreement with Chicago SMSA Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless. Manager Harline.
This ordinance is for the sale of an 8-foot easement along the southern property line of 729 North Ardmore, otherwise known as the Public Works Yard, to Chicago SMSA Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless. This will allow Verizon to run fiber optic connection to their tower that is currently located on that property. The village board previously set the purchase price at $3,000 for this easement in closed session. Staff recommends approval. Michael Guerra, Public Works Director, is here if you have any comments or questions about this ordinance.
Okay. We have a motion for the ordinance. Trustee Alfano? Okay, we have a second. Trustee Kumar? Any questions or comments? Trustee Patrick?
It says that the village previously set the purchase price at $3,000 for this in a closed session. What closed session was that?
Dr. Guerra?
I believe the date was in one of the meetings in February. We were discussing a few different options and possibility. I believe it was in general discussion with a few other price points.
It was the same one we were discussing, President Kazone. It was the first time we talked about the union, the project at the metro station, among other topics.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't remember agreeing on any kind of value or $3,000 for that in closed session, so just wondering.
Yeah.
Just Kozar.
I agree, I just don't have a memory of that at all. So that was in February? And then we would just have notes from our executive session. Is there a way just to pull that up so we can review those notes?
That was, sorry, my recognition. I don't have access to the notes
Right.
of the village board, so I didn't put the date in because my recollection was early winter. I think it was on the February timeframe.
This number, how did we come up with that?
So in these situations, if we do like an appraisal, it usually costs $500 to $1,000, usually easements. Since you're not granting full authority to purchase that property, you're just granting the right of use. It's usually lesser in value. That was kind of a value that staff felt was appropriate. Since it is an 8-foot easement along the southern property, we don't have a whole lot of use as in the kind of a no-build zone for us, for our building layouts. So it's just generally based on how we look at some other easements when we do right-of-way, those sort of things for utilities.
Correct, and it's just an easement, it's still our property, we're just granting them access to it.
Correct. And we verified with legal staff that this is only for Verizon. When it says non-exclusive, that's non-exclusive for us, that we can also utilize that property for any other use that we wish as a village.
Okay. Trustee Kumar?
So the 3,000 is for use? It's not for ownership?
Correct. And you only have the right to
I don't remember discussing this at all, honestly speaking.
Okay.
We should probably discuss it in closed session before we proceed,
Well,
once again.
if I,
Yeah, go ahead.
we don't have to discuss the price in closed session. We can discuss the sale of a price of an easement in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just Patrick.
I agree with you, Manager Harline. It's just the fact that I have no notes or recollection of this being ever discussed in closed session. So I was just looking for simply a refresher of when this did happen in an executive session.
Right.
If it was back in February, that wasn't too long ago either.
Right.
So I don't know if this is just a clerical error or if there was a discussion that happened. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we can discuss it now. I mean, how long is that? 8 foot wide by?
I believe the plat is incorporated in the easement agreement. I don't know the exact
here's the
length of
survey,
that
yeah.
background property, but it follows the southern edge of the property line.
There's a description.
Goes into their tower location.
There is a description of the property in the resolution. I'm sorry, the ordinance.
Looks like it's about 230 feet.
Yeah.
And this is for permanent usage?
Yeah, it would be a permanent easement.
Easement.
Permanent, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I understand that among the other things we discussed that night, this was probably the least exciting. I absolutely believe that people that you don't have a recollection of it. We did discuss it, but the issue tonight would be, is this a reasonable price for an easement? And I guess the best thing would be to give other examples of what we've charged for other easements. This is a price that we've negotiated with Verizon. They're agreeable to it. If somebody else wanted to put something else in this easement, they would have to come back to the city and get their own easement. This is not exclusive. They just want to put a piece of fiber optic cable across here. That's a considered a reasonable amount of money. We're not giving up use of that piece of property.
Just Kumar.
I personally do not like a fixed price forever and ever. I prefer the easement being for a time period, and then a renewal, because prices and, aspects go up, and that's basically locking someone into usage of a space forever. So this is my personal opinion on, just from as a cost-conscious individual of Villa Park.
Trustee Kumar, I completely understand the approach, but no one will build a structure, like we wouldn't build a sewer line in a easement that had an end date. They want to know that they can have a fiber optic cable connection there in perpetuity, because they're building their infrastructure based on that. I understand that if you think of the easement as a rental, that you'd want to maybe review we are selling the use of this space. And so there are limited time easements, but for the most part, a utility easement is perpetual.
Perpetual, so.
Yeah.
What you're suggesting is something more along the lines of a license agreement.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't be appropriate for a utility.
It's like most yards in your backyard, there's a common easement or it's part of, it's on your plat of survey and it's part of the deed that shows that.
I don't feel the price is appropriate. It seems low to me for a permanent usage.
As further explanation, and as Manager Harline said, this non-exclusive easement, the village still owns this property, and the village is allowed to authorize other users to come and utilize that area of the easement. So this is just simply to allow Verizon to be able to, you know, implement and input their public utility, and there is no control relinquished by the village with respect to that area at all.
No, I understand that aspect. The question is this the standard price you charge to people for putting fiber optic cable through some place?
So the two routes we could have gone is we can still go, is get an appraisal done, where they look at similar market rates. The hard part with easements is usually you're going through more of a public agency appraisal, like do right of way, different things, the state approved appraisals, because they're more used to that. It's not the straight market rate for the land because you're not selling the land outright. You're selling the use of the land, then come back with an appraisal rate. At this thought, usually easements of a smaller nature are a few $1,000s. The thought was, do you want to spend, you know, upwards of $1,000 or more to get an appraisal to tell you the value, and that's why we were looking at about $3,000.
What about, where did you, the question is, where did you come up with that number, 3,000? That's all.
Just kind of based on what historically I've seen with right-of-way and purchases or
In Villa
easements
Park?
for Villa Park. A lot of
Yeah.
times in villages, we look obviously for corporations because we're usually making improvements to residents where this one is.
I mean, because you set a price for that kind of usage, right? So if you say 3,000, the next usage that comes along is 3,000, the next one is 3,000, that's how it is, right?
And it's based on what they're looking. This one would be a fiber optic, so it would not be destructive.
Destructive, yeah, yeah.
They would bore that from one side of the road all the way to the plane.
Yeah.
They're
And
not
you're only
disrupting any of our portion of our property or our land.
And you're only looking about 2,100 square feet.
No,
So it's
I'm
more
not,
than $1 a square foot, yeah.
I'm not, it's just a price setting for multiple projects henceforth, right, for other things. So we gotta think about that price always.
But that
At least I
be
need to think
adjusted,
about it.
like you said, it was discussed a little bit, I thought, but discussed with Verizon, they were willing to pay that for this.
Okay, I mean, it's,
So they were accepting of 3,000. If the price changes, we would have to just renegotiate, which is just what we have to do.
It seems like a reasonable price, you know, from what I've seen on,
Because the other options they were looking at was aerial, and then aerial easements are a little bit usually cheaper. But it's part of the reliability of trying to connect. So there is some public value to selling the easement to also to Verizon. So reliability in the community.
okay.
Trustee Kozar.
Is there a time frame? Like, are they under the gun, something this has to be done right away?
No, so this has been going on for a little bit. How this process initiated was they actually applied for a permit, and the audit said you don't have rights. And so that began the discussions of how they obtain rights with the village to run that fiber, because there is no dedicated easement there's no right-of-way. And that's when we started beginning, what do they need, what would we be willing to go. Typically, President Kazam said, you'll see like 10-foot utility easements. We've kind of necked it down to 8 to kind of keep it minimum, so there's minimum impact on us. They were agreeable to that. And so it's kind of been back and forth along with getting the Plata survey from them that, you know, get that recorded, that would be needed for the recording, and then the negotiation on the actual easement language. I think they presented something to us that was not suitable. I know our legal counsel had then took it and kind of standardized our format that we'd be moving forward with any easement moving forward to make sure we protect it. But it's been going on, I think in my memo, sorry, I can't memorize it, late last fall is when this kind of initiated. And that's why I think it was the February timeframe of the closed session was we went back and forth initially and we wanted to confirm before we move forward with the, if the board was approving of being willing to sell the easement so that they would prepare the plat and those sort of documents and the price. But at the end of the day, if it's not approved, they don't get it, we go back to negotiations. If that's the board's direction.
So I don't have a problem with the easement itself. I don't have a recollection of discussing this in executive session, so I would like to check the notes on that. But just a thought that I throw out there is go back to them. The Fund Commission is looking for another $3,000 and $3,025 for their budget. Let's see if Verizon is willing to pay us $6,025 for the easement. I would be okay with that. Does that require a motion or just a directive?
Yes, you'd have to have a motion to amend, because,
Well, right now, we have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance, so the ordinance doesn't establish the price for the easement at this time, but if the board does want to negotiate another price, you should do a motion to postpone this to the next meeting.
I would make a motion to postpone this to the next meeting.
do we have a second?
I'm seconding
Trustee
that.
Kumar? Any questions or comments? Clerk Konecki, vote on motion.
Do you have a consensus regarding the price for negotiation, or?
We're moving it to the next meeting. I think that's the motion we made, right?
If I could, following up on Attorney Wolf's question, this is, I think they started talking to us in October. They're not going to be happy about the delay, but if you're setting the price at $6,025, is there, I guess, the reason being that, I'm trying to get is that the price you guys want us to go back with to them with? I'm looking for a way for a rationale. We came up with this based on professional experience with previous easements that we've purchased and sold, and we don't have a precise formula because it's not always boring underground for an 8-foot easement in this particular spot, but this was generally accepted as a, so any guidance as to what criteria you guys would like us to use would be greatly helpful.
Yeah, I think a $3,000 for an easement is a good price. I know we've sold alleyways that were a lot bigger than this for a little bit more money, but not $6,000. So I think $3,000 is fine, and I think Verizon will back out of $6,000, but that's my opinion. Trustee Patrick.
I think where a majority of the confusion comes here is that we did not have this discussion in executive session.
We did.
I don't
remember
believe
that. Yes, we did.
Because we also would have discussed the industry standard like you were talking about and other options about that as well. So I would encourage the village to relook at the clerk's audio recordings of that executive session and find that for us, because I do not have a recollection of that. We have multiple other trustees that don't have a recollection of that either.
Lunch? Bet lunch on it?
Hang on just a second.
It's November.
I will bet lunch on it.
All right.
2022.
We don't have to shake. My word is as good as any.
All right, we'll find it.
My memory's not great. It was November 14th of 2022, but it was a very full.
Probably.
So November 14th.
Yeah. Okay. I would, okay. Trustee Kumar.
I'm not setting the price at this point. I don't think that 6,000 or 5,000 or 3, I don't think a price has been set. I think that we need a discussion about the price. I feel that we don't feel that we had that discussion fully as we should have, and I think that is the actual issue here. We're not, choosing a price. We need to have that discussion.
Well, but if we get the minutes from this meeting, and if the board chose $3,000 as the price, that's what the price should be.
I agree. I do not recall it. I don't remember that number. I might be wrong. It seems like
Oh, yeah.
3 of us
That was
don't
8
remember
months
the
ago, though.
number. So we might not have had a full discussion, so we need to have that.
Trustee Kozar.
I'd just like to say, either way, I win because I get to have lunch with Manager Harline.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I apologize.
Chief Rivas, is this
I agree both
illegal
ways.
gambling up here? Okay.
Will you drive us to lunch in your new car?
It's,
So I apologize on giving the wrong information.
yeah,
Okay, so now we have a motion to postpone until June 26th. Clerk Konecki?
Okay, Postponed to June 26th, all right. Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
President Casone?
No. Okay, so we will move that to June 26th, and we will have the minutes from the executive session for the board to review. All right. Item 9A is a resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, waiving the bidding requirements and approving a 5-year purchase agreement with Axon Enterprise, Inc. for the purchase of police body-worn cameras and related equipment and services in a total amount not to exceed $261,200.06. Manager Harline.
The police department is seeking to enter into a 5-year agreement with Axon Enterprises to provide body-worn cameras, video storage, video redaction supplies, equipment, warranty, and training. Per 50 ILCS 706 Law Enforcement Body-Worn Cameras Act, the village must employ the use of officer-worn cameras by January 1, 2025. The department is seeking to purchase 50 body-worn cameras, which includes equipment for all full and part-time officers, community service officers, chief and deputy chiefs. This is based on the language of the ordinance or the law reference. A waiver of bids is required due to the impact for calendar year 2023 for the initial purchase. Implementation and training is $86,490. Calendar years 20 through 27 will have annual costs of $43,678 for a total contract price of $261,201. Staff recommends approval of this ordinance. We have both Chief Rivas and IT Director Brian Sawyer here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Hey, you have a motion for the resolution? Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
Hey, do we have a second? Trustee Kozar?
I'll second it.
Hey, questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Kornecki, please.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
President Casone?
Yes. Item 9B is a resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, approving the purchase of 14 Panasonic FZ55 Toughbook mobile computers from CDS Office Technologies through Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative in a total amount of $42,364. Manager Harline.
The Villa Park Police Department currently operates 14 patrol vehicles, which are equipped with Panasonic CF54 Toughbook mobile computers. These mobile computers were purchased in year 2016 and are outdated and no longer covered under warranty. The police department and village IT staff have determined the computers are in need of replacement to keep up with current technology, security features, and law enforcement software updates. Staff recommends passage of the resolution to purchase 14 Panasonic FZ55 Toughbook mobile computers from CDS Office Technologies using Sourcewell Law Enforcement Contract for Toughbook Computers, Contract 090122-PNA.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion for the resolution? Trustee Patrick.
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, we have a second. Trustee Kozar?
I'll second that.
Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Kornecki, please.
Hey, Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
President Casone?
Yes. Item 9C is a resolution of the Village of Villa Park authorizing the execution of an agreement between the Village of Villa Park and Kluber, Inc. for professional services for the Villa Park Facility Condition Assessment and Deferred Maintenance Plan in an amount not to exceed $69,775. Manager Harline.
For calendar year 2023, the village budgeted to complete a comprehensive facility condition assessment plan. A facility condition assessment and deferred maintenance plan is a combined process that analyzes all the architectural and engineering systems of a building, such as roof walls, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, etc., and compiles the results in a document with a rating system of those elements to help determine the useful life, prioritize corrective work, and anticipated costs. Staff sought proposals from 3 companies, which would include the 12 village-owned facilities. Staff is recommending proceeding in an amount not to exceed $69,775 with Kluber Kluber Inc. and the funds in the amount of $70,000 are budgeted in line item 67.502.02.402 for calendar year 23 to complete this project. Staff recommends approval of this resolution. Thank you.
Do we have a motion? Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
Do we have a second? Trustee Kumar?
I will second that motion.
Okay, questions or comments? Trustee Patrick?
I'd just like to say that I think this is very responsible of the village, and it's long overdue.
Go there.
So I don't disagree that we may need some sort of assessment. I'm just struggling spending $70,000 on an assessment rather than trying to utilize some in-house resources and spending that $70,000 on the actual repairs necessary. And I know Director of Public Works, Mr. McLaughlin, had tried to explain to me, but I know that there's a lot of other people out there that are kind of cringing when we're looking at another $70,000 assessment. And maybe you could speak on this just for a moment?
If you notice, this board memo is from myself and Rick Olmore, who actually has the budget for building repairs and maintenance coming out of his budget, but it's led by the life safety building project. So in summary, this is a document that probably should have already been on the books for Villa Park, a community of our size, a community that has this many buildings. This should have been something that they've already been working off of. Staff has attempted to do that, but previous administration had squashed that. $70,000 spent for this document will save hundreds of thousands of dollars over the life of the document on what actually needs to be repaired and doing it in a timely manner. Greg and his team has been working as a reactionary as opposed to what should we actually go out to bid, get competitive pricing, get it budgeted, and then apply for permits and get it implemented, as opposed to what they've been dealing with now. Boilers down, shoot. It always costs more money when you're doing it in an emergency situation. This document takes the entire building envelope and all the mechanicals within inside that of the 12 buildings to set a plan from here moving forward. The 70 is going to save us so much in the long run.
If I could add, we don't have structural engineering expertise on staff. There's some other expertise. As good as our staff is, there's some specific there's some specific skills sets that we do not have on staff, and Mark has an experience, has worked with this company before and seen what they can do to provide a roadmap for how to proceed and spend, what buildings are beyond, which ones should you put minimal maintenance in, and which ones can you maintain and save, and which one, and what are your space needs too? Well, that's not actually part of this process, a little bit, but anyway. So we don't have the in-house talent, as talented as our staff is.
That's right. We do not have architects or structural engineers on staff. We've got PEs, stormwater, utilities, topo, that kind of stuff, but we don't have structural on staff.
And one last comment I will say is that Brian Broach has been trying to get this in the budget, he tells me, for a lot of years, and we've kept putting it off. And so each one is, a reactionary repair, so.
And I believe this is in the budget.
Yes.
This money is in the budget.
This was discussed in that budget.
I'm not familiar with Kluber, but the manager just alluded that you've worked with them previously?
Yeah, so I've worked with Kluber on multiple projects in multiple agencies. They are a municipal public works, parks and rec group. That's primarily who their clientele is. New police stations, remodeling village halls, deferred maintenance plans, Lake County, Kendall County. They do all of their work for those counties. Where they have obviously an entire team of engineers and building engineers as opposed to structural engineers. Their clientele is exactly who we use. Whereas we talked to some other people that they could dabble, this was the group that gives exactly what staff needs to move forward with.
And is it your opinion that we're getting the best price that we can on this?
Yeah, through my relationship with them, I was able to squeak this down as much as I possibly could and still pay them a fair rate.
Okay.
Trustee Kumar.
If you could speak to how long this document will be used in the future, just so people know that that 70,000 is not a one-year 70,000,
Yeah.
but for years, yeah.
So one of the things that is unique to Kluber is that they release all of the information to us in not just a PDF, but in an actual Excel document. And so the document printed is a full three-ring binder. It's a monstrosity. But when you work with it in the digital realm, as you make your budgetary improvements, you change, no longer needs in year 5, you can increase to year 20, and then everything will calculate out to be like, what's the next dollar amount I need to spend on? So the document's actually living once it's created, so that we can update with them. And I've worked with them to do those updates on an annual basis.
Okay, so
it has a longer life than, it's not gonna sit on a shelf essentially. It's not gonna sit on a shelf.
Okay, so what is their cost of updating? Because other than this, there's zero. So basically, this is a 28-year document that will be like a work in progress.
Yeah.
Yes.
This will also tell us what we need to do in 20 years. If there's a $2 million asset that needs to be fixed in 20 years, how do we start figuring that out now to get to $2 million in 20 years from now? It's an additional planning document.
No, I absolutely not disagreeing. I just want to explain to the Village of Villa Park why it's so important, and that it has a longevity beyond a year or two. It has a very long longevity.
No, I think this is something we should have done a long time ago, but it's, for 12 buildings, 70,000 is not a lot for the amount of information we get from them. I've seen studies on one building that were $6,000, $8,000, so I think, no, it's a reasonable price for this. Okay, any other questions? Clerk Kornecki.
Okay, trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Petrick?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
President Casone?
Yes. Okay, item 9D is a resolution of the Village of Villa Park authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the County of DuPage, Illinois for the Lufkin Pond Basin Project. Manager Harley.
Thank you, President Kazone. The intergovernmental agreement is with DuPage County for the expansion of Lufkin Pond Basin Project. The county is utilizing a portion of their American Rescue Plan Act to fund the expansion of the Lufkin Pond Basin to alleviate some of the stormwater flooding that the village has historically experienced. The project was identified and previously in adopted Sugar Creek Watershed Plan performed by DuPage County to extend the existing pond to allow for additional stormwater storage. The project was designed in coordination with the Village Park Department to enhance the village's open space land acquisition and development grant, OSLAD, to allow for an additional 7 acre feet of storage for stormwater. The county is not requesting any financial assistance from the village to complete this project, but an intergovernmental agreement is required for the contractor to perform the work. Staff recommends that the IG be approved so that the county can begin the project later this month and allow the project to be completed by this fall so that Greg and his staff can start installing the equipment for the Lufkin Park improvements. I will say, at the risk of this village did contribute to the project by removing some trees, and which is why those trees were removed, and we had to move quickly. I think you all know, because we had a deadline to cut them down before the March 31st deadline, so as not to interfere with the gray long-eared bat. Northern long-eared bat, which is a requirement of the Department of Natural Resources and IEPA. So with that, I'll open it up for...
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion for the resolution? Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I'd like to make that
A
motion.
second? Trustee Kumar?
I would like to second that motion.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Trustee Kumar?
Just a comment, I was very happy with the information that the village put out on the discussion with the trees. That was well put out on Facebook, and thank you for that. And that was my only comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Clerk Kornecki, please.
Okay, trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes. Item 9E is a resolution approving and authorizing a parking easement agreement between Hawthorne World Villa Park LP and the Village of Villa Park. Manager Harline.
The Hawthorne Development Corporation, Inc. of Burr Ridge, Illinois, or Hawthorne, the rest of the discussion is in breach of our redevelopment agreement, including failure to deed the property back for 403, 407, and 409 North Beverly Avenue in Villa Park. While the easement is not the final resolution of that section of the RDA, it is an effective method of providing access to use to the village in the interim. Staff is here to answer any questions. Staff recommends approval of the easement. We will not, the resolution authorizing the easement, we will not be, the resolution is written such that until we have sign off by Vaster and the other mortgage holder, that we will not sign the easement agreement without that approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion for the resolution? Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
We have a second?
I shall second that motion.
Trustee Kumar? Questions or comments? Trustee Kozar?
I'm not in favor of the easement prior to having another executive session. I think Hawthorne came here and told us things that were not factual or true, and I take issue with them. I know a number of things have been talked about in executive session, and I feel this is out here and it warrants more discussion. I'm not in favor of it at this juncture.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Clerk Kornecki, please.
Okay, Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
No.
Trustee Kozar?
No.
Trustee Patrick?
No.
President Kazone?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a variance.
It's just a resolution.
And I think we talked about that a couple meetings ago.
We do have to wait to bring this back up.
You don't have to wait a certain amount of time, but I have to see about reconsideration of a matter or some things.
Okay.
You don't have to wait a certain amount of time, but I have to look into reconsideration rules.
Okay. That's fair.
Okay, item 10, public comments on non-agenda items. Do we have anyone signed up?
Yes, Charlotte Daniels regarding road construction. Not sure if she's still here.
Nope, doesn't look like she's here.
Okay. Cheryl Tucker had a non-agenda item.
Well, I'm just here to talk on item 11A. And I'm just bringing up things to the board because I know
This
you
is
had a
this is
discussion.
non-agenda items.
I realize that. This is non-agenda. This was brought up on thing, but it's under new business. So I would like
Still
to
on the
approach that. The fact that it is new on the agenda. Before you authorize the $3,500 additional funding, you might want to consider the
Let's have
entire event
clarification on what can be
again.
talked about. No, I think it's important that we understand this as a board. When you're talking non-agenda items, and this is the agenda, and it's an item on the agenda.
It's also listed
for-
as new business
I'm talking
under
to, please don't interrupt me. What is considered a non-agenda item? Is it something on the agenda, or is it something not on the agenda?
You know, it's... Okay. Attorney is saying that I can allow it or not allow it. I will allow it just because of your past being on the board.
So will that be our procedure moving forward? And
Yes.
so
What our attorney is saying
does
is
the
that-
person standing there talking have to have special qualifications? Or can anybody who wants to speak on non-agenda items speak about something that is on the agenda?
It's up to the president.
Well-
And it's up to me to make that decision.
I think we
And my-
should set
and
some
my-
policy, and where is that in there? Because I'd like to be able to review that.
The village president is the chair of the meeting, so he may allow that public comment. He has the discretion whether to allow it or disallow it. He can choose either way as the chair of the meeting. He governs the conduct of the meeting.
So as a board, we're not allowed to set a policy. And if you're going to allow it, let's allow it for everybody. If
No,
you're not going to allow it, don't allow it for just certain people that have, as you call it, special qualifications.
No, I just said experience, special experience, but being on
Special
the board, so,
experience.
you know, I'm allowing it, and the managers, or the attorney says I can allow it, so I will allow it.
So let's set policy moving forward. Anybody can come up and speak on non-agenda
That's the
items.
policy. The policy is the president makes that decision. That is the policy.
After that meeting, can you show me that in the statute so we can be clear on it? Or at least produce a memo to that effect so I can review it?
Sure. It's
Thank you.
just in a measure of compliance with the Open Meetings Act to allow for public comment. And there are two components of the meeting that allow for public comment. One identifies public comment should be made on agenda items. The other allows public comment, but for non-agenda items. As the chair of the meeting, the village president has the authority to allow for public comment at this time. And, you know, in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, if he wants to open it up to agenda items and non-agenda items, he may do so.
Okay. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Just as, before you authorize, I know you're going to have this discussion, and I just wanted to bring up, before you authorize the 3,025 additional funds, you might want to consider the entire event is going to cost $5,025 or more to put on. The Fund Commission still is going to need funds, from what I read, in October, November, and December to continue on. Some of the questions you might want to ask as you're doing a discussion on this is, you might want to look into why the Villa Park Oktoberfest was stopped due to the fund cost of it. Are you going to put together the event, seeing that the Park and Rec staff already has the Summerfest, which they did take over for another committee, the Brew Fest, they have everyday programming, concerts in June and August, pool operations. They are also responsible for the upkeep of the ball fields and the maintenance of the parks, Prairie Pass, and the village buildings. Did you get an answer of where the vendors will come from to fill the booths, and at what price? Who's going to be in charge of the collecting of the funds? Not to mention, most of the activities are planned at least a year in advance, usually, on these type of activities. Then, as a village manager pointed out in his memo, the commission in the past has had expenditures that we have not authorized as a board or a village manager. One example that they had before, it went from a paw claw in the park, and it turned into the largest dog wedding in the thing. I love the way the Fund Commission thinks outside the box. You guys have really unique ideas, and I do like that, you're coming up with that. I do believe that the cost of that event, though, was quite a bit more than was expected, and the amount of people that attended it from the village was very small. As you take into consideration, as you talk about it as a village, you all have mentioned different things in the village that we didn't have money for, like raising the water and sewer rates because we needed the funds, cutting back on the rec center amenities because we didn't have the funds, getting grants for the playground and the basketball court at Lions Park.
30 seconds.
Postponing the streets and sewer project, curb replacement, and police and staff staffing. My suggestion would be, instead of approving it tonight, would be for this board to request a budget be set up for 2024, like we had for Summerfest in the previous with a committee before, to run it, and set it up that way so they have a budget to run it next year on the budget in 2024.
And that's all, I had no one else.
Good, thank you. Need a motion on this? This will be the... Or is this just discussion? Consensus? Okay, we get a motion on approving the request for the additional $3,025. Trustee Patrick,
I'll make that motion.
we have a second. Trustee Kumar.
I will second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Trustee Patrick.
Cheryl, I appreciate you coming and speaking on that topic. I'd like to talk a little bit about a sense of community. You had mentioned that the village in previous years did have the Oktoberfest, and that fest was geared towards families, young kids, and events, which was replaced by Brewfest, which is strictly age prohibited, 21 and up. I believe that we lost a valuable asset to our community by going away from Oktoberfest. Now, Brewfest is a great event, all right? It's a great opportunity for adults, parents like myself to get away and enjoy themselves, all right? But we did lose an aspect of that sense of community and took away an opportunity for families to come together in an event, all right? I believe that the event that the Fund Commission is proposing now is not only good, but essential for that sense of community to remain here in Villa Park. Something that we could give back to our families, especially ones with kids, to go out and enjoy themselves. I understand the budgeting process and setting aside money. However, when you allow your residents the opportunity to have that sense of community, that is more valuable than the $5,000 that we're talking here. A sense of community grows our community and gives everybody a sense of pride. I would be more inclined and in favor to make this, increase this budget, and also make this an annual event. And I hope that this is something that the village would consider moving forward, because yes, we did have Oktoberfest for families to come out and enjoy themselves. Now, we also have Summerfest, like you had mentioned, and also, the Chamber of Commerce does our holiday season, Christmas, but this is a time that families get to enjoy with their kids as well. I think we need to support this, and I think we need to fund this, and I think we need to budget for future events with this as well. So I am in support of funding the Fund Commission with what they're asking here, with the hopes that future events, autumn jubilees, are budgeted for and also enhanced upon.
Trustee Kumar.
Yeah, I would like, I'm always in favor of such events. I think the truth is it's a small expense in upfront, but a large give back to the community. I do understand this was not in the budget. We have a lot of expenses coming with the community center, but I think we're doing this swap out for everything, that we have to think in terms of long-term, what do we want? As a village, do we want ongoing events to happen? We don't have to match up, X with Y all the time, and I think that's what's happening. We have Parks and Rec doing Summerfest now. The Fund Commission is doing let's say this autumn jubilee. It's a good thing in the future. It's something that'll grow the village and be a positive in our village overall. It's not a large expense in comparison to the scope. Now, the question is, how many people will attend? I think what is our bang for our buck? These events are actually a lot of bang for buck, right, in general, because they're mainly volunteer hours. There's a lot of people that work on it, and there's a lot of gain from very little expense, actually, as compared to some other things that have long-term expenses involved. So I don't think any of these should be stopped. There's a certain amount that a village can take, I agree, but I think a seasonal event, one every season, that different commissions take take on is important, and it should be budgeted for in the future. I've always spoke to budgeting on these things in the future. I think our budgets for the commissions are low. They're completely through just volunteer hours, basically. People put in a lot of time and effort to get these things to run in all the commissions, and what they do. They're doing a tremendous job. They're all good volunteers, and they're all concerned about our community. I can't complain about any of them and what they're doing.
Trustee Kozar.
Deepa and Kevin, I mean, you're spot on with your comments, but Manager Harlan, I got to talk to you about this memo that you put out here. I think it was very heavy-handed, and if you have issues with the commission, I encourage you, rather than putting it out there publicly for the first time on some of these issues, to bring it up to the commission. I think on your memo, you have some of the facts incorrect. The pumpkin smash is not a fun commission project.
Not my point. That's not what I'm saying there.
The request for a task, I believe what you're referring to is something that Bob Wagner had asked from environmental concerns.
Yes.
Not the Fund Commission. He's not a member of the Fund Commission. The Green Champion is the environmental concerns. The purchase of an amp was with money that they raised, and my understanding is they were told there was no place to store it. Now I understand there is a place to store it. It's in the AV room, and my understanding also is that forthwith they're going to be storing that AV in, or that amp in the AV room. You talk about staff members, more than one making a suggestion, but to me a suggestion is just an idea that gets to be talked about. It's not a mandate or a demand. So they're not required to follow a suggestion if something is brought up. The comment about unauthorized spending and reimbursement and no sales tax, I looked at the receipts for this year. We're talking about $41.57 approximately for sales tax. And I know as a business owner how difficult sometimes it is when you got to run to the store and you got to pick something up to have them authorize the tax-free number on that. And some corporate, I mean, it takes weeks, if not months, to get it through. So $41.57 that they spent on sales tax, just disapprove it rather than shaming them in a memo. Maybe give them some different form or something like that that they can use. And then you alluded to public resources for private gain, and I don't know what you meant by that. Why were you alluding to that? And that's a direct question for you, and you can answer that. And before I finish, I mean, I would like you to answer, what am I missing? What public resources for private gain were you alluding to in that memo?
No, so let's go through the points one by one. Staff attended 2 meetings and suggested that September 30th was not a good date for this. Gina, one of the things we've been doing is sending a staff liaison to the meetings, and Gina has, loves working with the Fund Commission, thinks they do a great job. Racanelli, who's Assistant Parks Director, and has a lot of enthusiasm for the project. The problem, which is being missed here completely, is that the staff is being told essentially what to do by unelected, appointed commission members, not in a nefarious, they're not trying to do anything wrong, but the village staff is being put in a position where they're no longer being managed by the village manager if they are required to do these events, despite the fact that they conflict with their schedule. First of all, it's very clear in the memo that the $3,000 is not an important thing. It's said in there several times. Yes, several commissions are referred to here. Yes, these other projects are projects of the Environmental Concerns Commission. It's not just the Fund Commission that's doing this. That's the point. The point is that we have commissions, so typically, a commission is appointed by the board who is elected to advise the Board of Trustees. They're typically given a specific set of parameters to suggest policy, expenditures, how to move forward on projects. We have several now that do projects. And the problem with that is some of them require more staff support than others. And this event, which was, and as I pointed out in the memo, was specifically requested, by Trustee Patrick, I didn't specifically, but when we had the budget hearings, you said, that's a great idea. I'm glad that I hope you bring back a fall festival. They put $1,000 in their budget as a guess. They're coming back to us now that they have more information. Staff has no problem with that. The problem is that Parks and Recreation staff is now expected to put on 2 events of multiple hours on a Saturday back-to-back weekends. That's the staff issue. And that's all that I care about, except for the fact that when, without a approval as required in your code by the village manager, what you have is essentially somebody who's making a purchase and then being reimbursed. And if that isn't being done by the correct process, eventually that can get into a situation where you're getting somebody who's receiving public money and it is legally and on appearance for private gain. Do I think that the members of our fund commission are doing anything wrong here? Absolutely not. I think it's a great event. I think it hits the exact points that Trustee Patrick, Trustee Kumar, and what you have said in supporting a family fun event, just like Kites and Kicks. My problem is that that would not be the weekend I would choose. The money, $3,000, I'm not saying that $3,000 here, $3,000 there doesn't add up, but in the larger scheme of things, to run an event of this size, that's not a lot. And they have been authorized, and they have in the past raised money. There's an account set up for them to bring money in. And it's not specifically a fund commission issue. What I'm asking for is that we develop policy and be a little bit tighter on those commissions that are going out and spending money. And when they obtain assets, the asset belongs to the village. The fund commission is not an entity, and that's important to understand. And that was the confusion when the amplifier was, or whatever the music box that was purchased. And these things, when we're having commissions, volunteer commissions, doing projects like this, it gets more confusing. That's why I've started asking staff to go to these meetings and try and work through these things so we don't get caught off guard with requests. We weren't caught off guard by this, but we were outvoted. So, but I hope that there's a way to conduct this event. It's just a burden on the Parks and Rec staff to do 2 large events back-to-back weekends.
So I don't disagree with some of the recommendations and the way that you want to put this together.
Yeah.
My issue primarily is a public harsh letter that I interpreted as harsh to a bunch of volunteers who are working hard to do things such as the oldest tree, the spring sweep, or whatever they call that, the Christmas decorations, the landscape awards, this fall festival that's not an alcohol-based fall festival, Kites and Kicks, sidewalk chalk, they plant the planters, they do letters of gratitude. For all these things that you take issue with, that's okay, take issue with them.
I don't take issue with any of the things you just said.
No, not these programs, but the things in your memo. Take issue with them. Go ahead. Let's try to work with our commissions. But I remind you that they are volunteers, and let's try to do it in perhaps a softer approach that we can discuss with the commissions, not just the Fund Commission, but any of the other commissions, in a less public format that you can have these conversations, and let's put policies together that work for everybody. But I think the Fund Commission kind of sits outside the box of what maybe one might be used to for commissions, because they do different things than traffic and safety, or planning and zoning, or economic development. They are an activities-based group. So that's my point with the memo. And I appreciate you bringing certain things to light. Let's see if we can keep that enthusiasm with our volunteers and let them know that, at least I speak for myself, I think they're doing a fine job, and the things that they do bring forth in the community are really invaluable, because that is what makes our community a community, having events like this.
Trustee Alfano.
So I want to go back to what Trustee Kumar and what Trustee Patrick were talking about, when the sense of community, how it's so strong. When I first moved here, I think it was the last fall festival or whatever that had been called. And we, as a family, we invited people from outside of Villa Park to come, and they came, and then they got to see how our village operates. They got to know why I fell in love with Villa Park, and I do think that we're missing some of that for whatever reason. We're missing that, and I'm happy to see that we are seeing this come back. But I do have a couple of questions for commissioners. Maybe the chair, if our chair would come up to the microphone, please. Because there are a couple of things that were addressed here as their liaison. I'm not sure I heard in meetings, and I just want to verify that maybe I missed something. Did you ever hear that there was a problem with the date of September 30th?
No.
Was that ever discussed? I don't remember that being a discussion topic either.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There was it mentioned that Brewfest was the following weekend, and that we might want to consider a different weekend. Given what we're hearing now, after the fact, is that if we didn't do it September 30th, we also would not be able to do it October 14th or 15th, if we can't have two events in the same time. And the idea was to make this an autumn event, not a summer event, because we didn't want to step on toes there. It was a suggestion, and if I may, I've been on this commission since 2016. When I first came to the commission, there were only two other commissioners, and our liaison back then was a board liaison, and that was President Kazone. And I can tell you that he was a pleasure to have join us in those meetings. And we never felt that he was directing us or poo-pooing our ideas. What has happened is this relationship with your staff liaison at this point has grown more contentious each meeting that we have. If we feel like we are getting incorrect advice, we were told that we had to have this brought to you at the last meeting, or it wasn't going to happen. Carla tried to set up a meeting with Gina several times. The meeting was set up. They did meet. At that point, it was not discussed that September 30th would be a bad idea. We do have minutes, and I can tell you, they might come in a little slower than normal. Some of us aren't that great with computers, but our minutes are pretty thorough, and there were not discussions as far as that date being poo-pooed. So that's just one. I have to say, I was shocked when I saw this memo. One of our trustees was in tears when she saw this memo. I don't know why there were only two commissioners on the Pride Commission back then, but if it was anything like what's happening now, I don't know what happened. I felt very good about the fact that we built this commission in the last year up to 7 people, that we brought in brand-new events. Kites and Kicks was last year. We didn't ask the village for any money on that. One of our commissioners is a part-time DJ. He used his own his own equipment last year. When we had money left over at the end of the year, we felt that it was okay to use that to get an amp so that we could share that with the rest of the village, which is exactly what we did. Joyful Traditions used our commissioner as the DJ that night and made announcements and played music. We intend on doing that again at Kites and Kicks this year, as opposed to hiring a DJ. I can address all of these issues. I can also tell you that I'm not quite sure what we need as far as staff is concerned for our event. We're not going into the evening hours. I think we need somebody to turn on the electricity. This is turning into how many people does it take to screw in a light bulb? I'm not quite sure why this is an issue that somebody has to do something with electricity.
So I do have a few more questions too,
Yes.
alluding to that.
Can I say something? I don't think the manager meant this to be a knock on the commission. I think
It was taken that way, I can tell you that.
I think this was something that was brought up. You guys decided to do this, which is great, and I agree with, what the trustees are saying. I think this is a great idea to have something. It's just, I think there just needs to be a little bit more work with staff, and I don't know what meetings have gone on, because I heard that this was going on, but I don't know what staff meetings were done with staff. Staff is willing to work with the commission. Like I say, these are great ideas. The things that you guys have done in the last 2 years is really a good thing. It's just, I think you just need to work a little more closely with staff when you come up with ideas like this. Make sure it's something that fits the calendar correctly with everything else going on. And then if there is something like this, I'm sure they're going to need staff out there just to assist cleanup. I know I saw in the budget that there was garbage cans, Staff will need to be out there to empty the cans or get rid of it the next day. So I think it's more just working with the staff, and the manager and I will address that if you feel that it was done, if staff meetings were not done in a nice manner. I don't know how this was done, how you're taking this. But, we've worked with staff for a long time. I think our staff is top-notch. And I don't think it was meant to be a knock on the commission. So, but the manager and I will discuss that, and we'll see what the board votes tonight, and we'll go from there.
Can I continue with my questions? Thank you. Can you tell us how, I know in public comment, it does appear to the public that this was kind of planned out of the blue. Could you tell me how long you have been planning something like this? Was it just this year, or have you been looking at it in a larger scope, planning it out longer?
Our Commissioner Carla, who joined the commission last year, this was her brainchild and came to us last year, early June, I believe, and suggested that we have this fest in the fall. And at that point, I had told her that I figured we were going to need more time, that it was a good idea to start looking at various things that we would need for this event, finding vendors, finding food trucks, getting organized in advance. And so it was brought up last year, but this is the first year that we're doing it. And I can assure you, it's going to be one heck of a party.
One other question that I do have is regarding the Parks and Rec staff. It sounds like there might be some disagreement in what had been asked with Parks and Rec staff. Did you specifically ask for any Parks and Rec staff?
No, we did not. We were told that we were going to need, well, I'll let you, if you want to come up, Carla, because you had the conversation.
Sure. So I did meet with Gina, and I was told that we would need to have 2 laborers on staff for any electricity to be plugged in. So if a vendor needs their extension cord plugged in, then a staff member would have to do that, and that they were needed for the 5 hours of the event, an hour before and an hour after, and that they would clean up trash too.
Okay, so that information was given to you by the staffer?
Correct.
Okay, did the staffer also tell you that you needed to pay for them, for the hours for those staff members?
Yes, that it was $50 an hour per laborer.
Okay,
which
and-
is how it came to $700.
So that is in the budget and in the money that you are asking for now?
Correct.
So we're going to charge a commission. I thought that with the special events format, the form that you fill out, that it says that village-sponsored or village co-sponsored events are exempt from the fee schedule listed below. So it may be that you did not get that information or the correct information. That's not for me to decide, but I did want to point that out.
One of the staff requests has been that they fill out the special use permit. I think that you were waiting to make sure you had the $3,000 before you filled out the special use permit. Is that correct?
Yes, I've started reaching out to some vendors to see their interest and availability.
Right.
I've not committed to them yet until we know or have our permit, our special event permit. The electricity listed on the permit says it's a $50 charge, not $50 an hour per person, so I thought maybe that was not the same thing, but I've never done this before, so.
Well,
I'm not-
and if I may, President Kazan, so the idea of the city, the village charging itself, because you are part of the village, I agree, as I put mine out in my memo, I'm not even sure that that makes any sense. What she's quoting is the standard rate to supply staff for cleanup, because in the end, staff has responsibility to make sure that the area is cleaned up. You may do a great job in cleanup, but we have to have somebody on staff anyway that's always been the way we've done it. We can always work around some of this stuff, and we don't always have to, and we certainly don't, the putting that in the budget is not, again, the total amount isn't the problem. It's, the use of staff, and I don't know exactly, I don't run the Parks and Rec department. I don't know if Greg wants to join in on this, but whether or not you need them their whole time, or if they can be there at the beginning and be there at the end, we can work around some of that stuff. The question is, what is, see, it's October 7th is Brewfest, correct? Yeah. So, it did come up at the meeting that I attended with Gina about that date potentially conflicting with Brewfest. We didn't say don't do it, but we didn't also know at that point, it's months earlier, it's early in the planning process, that, how much that we required. One possibility was a village tractor pulling a hay wagon. But that, and the idea would be that a volunteer from the Fund Commission would drive the village tractor, and we said that wouldn't work for insurance purposes and some other things. So we've gone through some of these discussions, and we're not trying to stop the event. We're just trying to make sure that it works well with village staff. And if we can minimize the amount that we have to put into it, that makes it easier if we're going to, do them on back-to-back weekends. Gina, by the way, when I ran into her at the concert the week before last, thought you guys were great to work with. She hasn't noticed that tension. So I hope you continue to work with her. My issue is much bigger than the Fund Commission. That's why I brought up the thing about the pumpkin smash, where we got a phone call from a commissioner, which, I'm trying not to put names out there, but Bob Wagner called us and said, hey, can you get all these pumpkins? Can you send staff? And so we spent, 2 trucks were tied up for a couple of days getting pumpkins to make sure that they didn't get, to take care of the Boy Scouts, which we didn't know anything about until the last minute. So, it's just kind of, there are some things that have absolutely nothing to do with the Fund Commission, but these commissions that are doing, you guys helped out with the spring sweep. You guys have been a key backbone to that. I love the job you're doing, but you're getting bigger and bigger in terms of events, and we're gonna need to work together. And sometimes, the village staff has to be able to say no because we can't do what you're asking, is all I'm saying.
Understood, and I honestly, when came up with this idea, I didn't know I needed somebody to plug in the electricity, honestly. I didn't know that's how it worked. When it came to the tractor, I didn't think it would be one of us. I thought it would be a public works person, but I know there's expense to that, so we removed that from the list. And as far as the date goes, kind of like Leslie said, then if we can't have it the week after Brewfest, that's the 14th, and then the 21st is
Right.
the weekend before
Right, you got the 20th.
business district Halloween thing. So this just kind of felt like the best weekend to go with. And it still being fall and hopefully not a ton of rain.
Trustee Kumar.
I think that, first of all, I'm reaching out to all of the volunteers and all the commissions. They're doing a tremendous job, and we value all of them as trustees, because without them, a lot of things would not happen. As you see, staff has to work along with them, certainly, but they put in tremendous hours for really nothing personal gain. So I don't want this to come out as the commissioners are doing anything for real personal gain. It's not. And I think the staff also knows that. I think, though, there have been some technical issues with trying to figure out a date that works for everyone. And it is hard. Staff are overwhelmed with a lot of things. I understand that as well. So maybe Manager Harline, better any new event that comes through that in the future, not this particular event, because I think you've gone through the one-year process, that there's a clear 6-month, a 3-month checkpoint for events coming through the commissions. We need to have those events. They are actually very positive in terms of community. They are positive in getting new members involved in our community, but we need a process, I'm sure. So maybe you have a checklist or 6 months that, you have something that you meet with them periodically, and the date is set so many months in advance, and this is set, and that the staff is on board. I think that's the problem. I think there needs to be a clear-cut process that hasn't been set forth by staff. If you could actually, not for this event, because it's already running, we hadn't had that process previously, but for future events, put together something that if a commission wants an event, money, or whatever, we go through this process, and I know this much in advance.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I agree. I mean,
it's
at the
not
beginning
fair
of-
to
yeah.
expect the volunteers to know that timing if it's nowhere. I mean,
really
as
what-
volunteers, people just go to volunteer and help. They're just trying to help as much as they can.
And that's, Trustee Kumar, that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Trustee Patrick.
I just want to generally ask a question. We had talked about advisory. Are village commissions an advisory for village staff or the village board? Because I really think that we can do a lot better job of empowering our commissions to do exactly what the Fun Commission is here to do today, to ask for more money to do an event like this that shouldn't be that simple. So we shouldn't have staff telling them what they can or cannot do. That responsibility should be left up to the board. What we should do is have collaborative discussions where staff could say, this is what you should do, or what we, recommend. But at the end of the day, these commissions are advisory boards to us, the village board. And when they report to us that they need extra funds put on an event like this, that is how a commission is supposed to be run. So I appreciate the Fun Commission and all the hard work that you've been doing. And I think that moving forward, we need to emphasize that we empower our commissions more and give them that responsibility to report back to us as the board to make those final decisions and not the staff.
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
And just a point of clarification of what's required in our code. All of these commissions are advisory and recommending bodies. And the village board, and they are recommending bodies to the village board. And the village board makes the ultimate decision as to all of these events and the activities and the recommendations of these commissions. Along with the village manager, though. The village manager has authority under the code to approve the expenditures. So an expenditure cannot be made by a commission member without either approval of the board or approval of the village manager. And those are important, just items that have to, that the commissioners of all the commissions need to know so that there's not any violation of any state statute and there's the appropriate oversight by the manager in this manager form of government.
I completely understand exactly what you're saying. However, the village manager does not have the final say-so. It is the village board. And if these commissions want to come to us with an idea that's outside of the realm of his capabilities, they are more than welcome to come to us with ideas so that way we as a board can collaborate on how to make those happen. We should not shut doors, we should open them. And this is a great opportunity for our commissions to be empowered and come to us and do what they're supposed to do and advise. That's what I'm asking. At the end of the day, those recommendations should also come to us, and we should have a say-so. Not the village manager is the final say-so, we are.
But, I agree, the village board will have this. I think the problem with the difference with the fund commission is it's not so much an advisory commission, it's more of an action commission.
It's, she just said advisory.
Well, it may be called an advice, but they don't advise the board.
What do you call
They put suggestions out for their, most of the things that they do not come to the board for approval.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
When the commission wanted to do the kite last year, they didn't come to the board for approval of it. There was something that they did as a commission. They're coming to us now just because they need extra money.
Advising us that they need money.
So that's where the disconnect is. So the village code says that the board is that the fund commission advises the board regarding various items, volunteerism, and as well as recommendations regarding community events. So what the disconnect that has occurred is that the commission has become more of an action commission and has been operating these events without prior board approval and input into these events. So I think that's what the manager is saying here. There has to be an appropriate process so that the board understands, approves, and advances on the recommendations of the commission. And in the code, any expenditure of a commission has to be approved by the village manager prior to that expenditure. So in implementing the board's policy of having these events, the manager still needs to give approval to that commission to make any expenditures, as well as any other commission.
So in previous instances, then, you're saying that the commission has not come to the board with like the kite program or whatnot, but that decision was solely made by the village manager and not brought to the board then? About those previous ones.
We're talking about expenditures when they present something to be paid. It would not be feasible or efficient to bring every expenditure to this board to be paid. As slow as the process you may think to bring it and get it paid through, filling out a form and then the village ordering something, as opposed, or specifically saying, here's a form, I'm going to go pay this, and I'm going to, either eat the sales tax or present, that I'm purchasing us on the village's tax exempt number. It'd be much slower to go through this board to get every expenditure.
What's the difference between this event that they're trying to propose and what you're talking about right now?
They have purchased stuff they have had a general budget. First of all, let's be honest, these last $22,000 in expenditures, they handed this out tonight. Now, they're a volunteer board, and I think they're doing a wonderful job, but we're getting some of this information at the last minute because that was the part that was going to be paid for with other funds. So we still now are just getting the full budget for this event. But I'm not, and all I'm saying is that they're supposed to, by code, by law, have it approved by staff because, and that can be done. But the other part of that is, my only other objection, and I made that pretty clear, is that when the staff is involved, we need to be able to say no occasionally. Maybe we can make this work out, but if a process comes through and somebody says, I need you to come pick up X amount of old pumpkins because, we need to know that when we say no, that you're going to understand that there's a reason for it. So that's all I'm talking about, is setting those things out in policy so it's clear so that they know ahead of time what we can and can't do. Ideally, next year they'll put more money in the budget for an autumn jubilee. As I said, you suggested they do an autumn festival. They put $1,000 in the budget. They're asking for more money now. Got no problem with that. But they haven't filled out a special use permit because they're waiting to find out if they've got the amount of money. So whatever the right procedure there is, but the special use permit would have answered a lot of these questions.
So then my question to you is, how should a commission like the Fund Commission advise the village board? What is the correct process for them advising us?
That is, you're asking me to tell you how they should work with you. That is absolutely your domain. I'm talking about expenditures and administration. Not, when you said last fall, during the budget process, they should do this event. They planned for an event, they put $1,000 in the budget. They're coming back to us now, they realize it's gonna cost more like $5,000. Okay, they're gonna raise $750, okay. And do we even need to charge them the $700? My point is, what I want is when Gina says, we can't do this in Parks and Rec because of our staffing, let's work around this. That's what I want to be able to say.
However, they're here right now telling you that, why do they even need someone to turn on the electricity? Why do we need staff for them to do something like that?
Thank you.
So if you have vendors, right, if you're having vendors, and Leslie, we've worked together, so my park staff is a support group. We'll support whatever organization out there. But if you're having vendors and there's some electricity that they need, we have to have somebody out there. It's just like Joyful Traditions. We have a guy out there to make sure the lights turn on. If they don't turn on, he's got to troubleshoot. If something happens, invariably, if there's nobody there, if there's not a staff there, something's going to happen with the electricity. We're going to have to, and I don't know if I haven't seen if there's going to be a generator or what have you. So you need staff there to make sure that everything's on and working, and hopefully there's no problems. If there's an issue, then he can troubleshoot and start the electricity up. We had that several years ago with Summerfest. So we need staff there just to support the event in case there's some issues going on. If you had, I don't know if there's going to be food trucks. I don't know if there's going to be tents with vendors selling items. If there's tents and they need electricity, what have you, you need somebody there to make sure that the electricity's on, or if it goes off, if there's breakers that are tripped, they've got to troubleshoot and correct that problem. So that's why you need staff there, and then, clean up. But if there was electric, for insurance reasons, you need some staff there.
Are you present at the Fund Commission meetings?
No, I'm not.
We do have a staff liaison.
Yes.
To them, and do they have a comment portion of that in your meeting notes?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
So I'm just trying to clarify on, there is staff needed. It's not just they're plugging in something for 5 minutes. Staff has to be there. If an event is running, the kites in the park, there was no need for electricity. There's no need for staff, right? There's nothing going to happen. If there's electricity, if there's some other power or what have you, some other items that you need, staff has to be there just in case something goes wrong to troubleshoot.
So does staff have any issues with us approving an increase in the money that they're asking for this event?
No, staff has no
Okay.
issue, and I think what the thing with Gina is to advise the Fund Commission about all the programs that were going on, you know, and staff's, you know, they're out every weekend working, or every other weekend, so I think she was trying to work at a suitable date, but, because I wasn't there. But I think her suggestion was a different date. I don't know, but we're the support group, we don't have a problem supporting the other commissions. It's just, what we do at the budget time is we figure out what our programs are, what our special events are, how much it's gonna cost the village, so we can appropriately budget for the overtime for staff.
I would just suggest that maybe Greg needs to come to our meetings as staff liaison, because some of the information that we were given by Gina was not correct, as far as needing 2 staff members at $50 an hour for 5 hours.
Well, usually when she talks to the park superintendent, he's also suggesting staffing.
Okay. Trustee Kumar.
Okay, this is an event that was there, kind of disappeared, we're bringing it back. I agree that maybe the notice and the timing, and I'm not disagreeing that the manager's office has to have hands on any event. One, there's liability that's involved. Even kites, if there was an issue, there should have been staff on call for it. There are certain things that I'm not denying that, any event needs staff there. But the problem here is that the communication has somehow broken down between our commission, who are volunteers, and staff, and we just need to correct that. That seems to be the main issue. It's not that you can't say no, Manager Harline. I think they didn't know what you're saying no to. It doesn't seem to be the budget issue. The no is the date. So we need to figure out where that no is and what date you want, but the event should happen.
Yeah, and I think I agree on your communication. If there's a new event that's being thought of, it should come to staff first and discuss where, when, make sure logistics are right
I
before
think
it
it
goes
should
into.
come to staff. It should come to the board also as a possible event on our thing, so it's on our radar. Because when they do come to us just for money later on, we know that there's a possibility that things creep up. So we have this new business section that, has very nicely been instrumented. It should come in there 6 months ahead or whenever you guys thought of it. It doesn't matter what the event is. It could be kites, and and maybe you need one staff member. Maybe now kites in the park is, you're starting to sell kites, or you're doing something different. You should have the ability to do that, and that way it's on the radar of the board. I think that's what Kevin's speaking point was. But there's been a total breakdown of communication between the commissions. Then there's 3 parts, right? It's a nice triangle that has to work together. It's the board, the commissions, and staff. The event is not any one of those parties, and we need to fix that. That's all. I think all of us are on board with trying to fix that. So.
Trustee Alfano.
Going on to what Trustee Kumar said, for future discussion, can we talk about commission handbooks? So because they are volunteers, I don't want this discussion to discourage any resident to volunteer for our commissions. That's how we operate, and they're essential to making our village feel like the village that it is. But I'm afraid that when people hear this, it's going to discourage people because, well, we're not communicating. And so I think that it would be really, really smart to start talking about a commission handbook so that people know this. We can't always rely on staff. We can't always know the exact thing to do. And so if we had that guidance, that might help. And then I had one question. Are staff liaisons on all commissions?
We are
Not all of them.
We're trying to establish one for every commission. I think we have one in almost every commission.
Okay.
Trying to think of any we don't. We haven't always made it to environmental concerns, but
That seems to be, the pumpkin seems to be a sore thread here. So I have to say, maybe maybe we should have a liaison there as well.
We do. We just, they missed a couple meetings.
And that seems to have played out on the Fun Commission because of the pumpkins. So it's a total breakdown here, but we need to fix the system somehow, because.
I don't think it's a total breakdown.
Well, okay,
It's an issue.
it's a semi-breakdown or a miscommunication.
Okay.
And it needs to be fixed.
If I could just say, so you came here because you had to ask for more money. You planned for the event last year, it's in your budget. You needed more money, so you came to the budget. My concern, I just texted Greg, and he says he can staff the event on the 30th. Just let's, continue to work together, and sometimes we're going to say no to you, and we're going to try and do it early so you can plan around it. But it's going to be a little bit of a stress, and we'll explain what we need and what we need to work with you and what we don't need to work with you on. But because of insurance purposes, we're not talking about like plugging the boom box into the outlet at the gazebo. We're talking about plugging a vehicle generator, or some. We don't know what because you're playing at food trucks, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So we're talking about electricity on a different scale, and we're talking about lighting and getting access to the panels and the electric panels that are near the gazebo. So if it was just plugging something in, you wouldn't need somebody. So let's characterize it correctly. I know you're trying to simplify it, but let's characterize it. We're talking about some things where people could get hurt, and there's a insurance purpose for that. There's also, as much as I think your commission would do a great job cleaning the park, in the end, Greg's responsible for keeping that. So we have to have somebody there. So we're going to have somebody there. That's our responsibility. I don't know about the in-between. If they have to be there the whole time, we'll work around it. Just, the part of this is we've got this issue with other commissions, and, and we've talked about having a forum. We started to try and develop one. It didn't get finished. We're happy to provide you with that. And you've never said you were not willing to. But, we're going to have to, I'll work with Gina to be more specific about the things we need from the Fund Commission. And when we get specific about them, we need you to work with us, because sometimes we get to say no. That's all I'm saying. And not to try and stop it, but to try and find a better way to do it and getting started earlier. So that's all I'm trying to achieve here. I'm not trying to squash your event.
Okay.
I think you guys do a great job.
Did I mention that we're going to have a dunk tank?
No, you didn't.
I'll volunteer.
And the village manager will be on it.
Raise money.
Raise money.
Our attorney would just like to clarify one thing.
And just with respect to the expenditure issue, so if the board does, which it appears that they're inclined to authorize the additional money to be expended for this event, the village manager still has to authorize any expenditure ahead of time. Even though the budget has been increased on this issue, it's still the village manager that is the only one that has the authority to make any expense on behalf of the village now that the board has approved, or when the board approves those additional expenditures being put toward the event. So I just wanted to make that clear.
What do we do in a situation like last winter when we're at Joyful Traditions and we run out of flowers or out of cookies? And so we run to Jewel at the last minute to get more, or flowers to do the planters, and we go, and we don't know how much, we have an idea. We set a budget at $200. We came in just a little bit over that, but is that something that we need to call while we're in the checkout line? And
Yeah, you need, yes. An individual resident, even a commission member, cannot make an expenditure for the village. So when you're doing that, you're subjecting the fact that your reimbursement, it won't be authorized. So I think it is a good idea to establish the appropriate policies, and procedures for these commissions so you understand what to do in those circumstances, and maybe have a workshop prior to the preparation of those procedures so that there can be a discussion regarding, what's practically been happening before, and then how the village can guide you appropriately so that those events are successful and that you have enough of what you need to be able to perform those events, but you still have the authority of the manager. The manager is the only authority that can approve those expenditures. And again, the board is the one that's approving the policy and the events, but yeah, you're going to have to work with the manager on those types of issues.
Okay.
And the board, and the board does eventually approve it, because we get, at every meeting, we're approving the invoices that, the manager is approved and the finance director is approved, so the board
Can I make a
does.
comment on the budgeting? So in the budget process, if you have, your events that are going on, we're going to budget for the items that you need, just like whatever event we have. So that would be in the budget. So you would probably have to go through us, like we had, when we had the Summerfest Commission, it was a lot of expenditures for bands and everything. So with the commission, they would pick the bands out, and then we would write the invoices to get approved by Suzanne or whoever, and we get the check. So you go through us to get, whatever expenditures you want. So if, let's say you're doing flowers and your budget is $400, you come through us, we order it, purchase it, pay for it, instead of you're purchasing. That's how all of our events work. So on an Autumn Fest, if it's in the budget for next year, let's say you want to have some entertainment, okay, we're going to have $500 budgeted for entertainment. You book the entertainment, you book the entertainment, and then we'll cut the check, get approval through the proper channels, and then give you the check to pay the entertainment. So that avoids you going to the store and having to pick up stuff. Everything. So we can work with you on budgeting for the different events. And at the end of the year, when we're going through the budget process, it's approved already by the board. The board looks through everything and approves all those items.
So generally speaking, to what Leslie was talking about earlier, is when you have an event, sometimes things come up, emergencies, or you run out of ice, or something along the lines of that way. The village manager has a spending authority of $25,000. In an emergency situation where you might need something like that, a simple phone call to the village manager, which he should be accessible for an event like that, give him a call, tell him what is wrong and what you need, and he has that authority right now to give you authorization to buy those things. Am I correct in saying that?
I'll call you back.
Yeah. He's correct.
Yes, we can do that. And it doesn't, and when it says, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it says the village manager, it could be or his designee.
Okay.
So the thing is that the staff all responds through the organization. The commissioners don't.
So what I'm getting at, though, is if we are giving them the opportunity to host an event and be a part of this event, if they are responsible for running it and run into an issue where they need money, then they should be able,
within reason,
to contact you or your designee to be able to make that decision on approving if they need it.
Right. Sorry.
I think you can put within reason as a parameter, because you can actually say this is your budget and that you can go 1.25% above the budget, or give some number so you guys know that suddenly they're not coming up with, we want balloons from the sky falling, right? So you can make that within reason. You can put a cap on within reason to you have that right, Manager Harline, to make a process where there's a cap on that.
Short of Manager Harline being at all those events, if staff is there and you run out of ice, staff has the ability to go pick up ice. And, they have the tax exempt forms. Some of the staff have village credit card, myself, Gina, Brian. So if there's items, that takes away the commission from going, there's items that we can pick up and purchase and then put it on our invoices and POs or what have you. So we can do that if staff is there. If there's events that you host, the kite flying where there's no staff, and then that's a different issue. But we're there then, and if there's something that we need to pick up,
Can I get some clarification on when we do an event like this, and if we do get a sponsor, like AK Mulch has stepped up to sponsor us last year and this year with Kites and Kicks, does that money also have to run through this process, or do we have more of a leeway on buying kites, frisbees, things that we're going to be giving away at the event?
I mean, ideally, you set up a budget that includes expenses and revenues. And if your revenues exceed your expenditures, but any expenditure is supposed to seek a authorization. It's not about just having when Chief Rivas wants to get something, just because when he wants to buy a vehicle, if it's in the budget, he has to go through the process of seeking bids, coming to the board for if it's over $25,000. If it's under $25,000, I can approve the purchase. He can't. So that's the kind of, nobody has the authority to spend money, village money, without some sort of authorization. Because you guys are volunteers, it makes the process a little different. And because until, you have a staff member, it is essentially a private citizen making the purchase. So even though you're commissioned as a member of our commission, that gives you certain advisory and activity authority. If you bring in that money early enough, I can authorize expenditure increases of a certain amount. But one of the things we need to do here is establish how that works. And you're one of the few. Not many of our commissions are out there trying to raise revenue, which is a good thing, but it's also, it poses its own challenges when it comes to the funds and who goes to and how it gets accounted for, because, finance is eventually responsible for explaining to an auditor why AK Mulch sent money to the village without an invoice, and that kind of thing.
So in your scenario, AK Mulch would be giving money to the village, and then the village would authorize any expenditures of that donated money, but it would still have to go through the village manager, even though the money was donated from a third party.
Okay. That helps a lot. And I think that the communication is really key here. We've kind of operated the last several years without a true liaison on the board. Now we have, or on our commission, now we have two. So that's a good thing. But, so we were kind of winging it. And now we know what the rules are.
There you go. Okay. Last thing, that's Trustee Kumar.
I really think that there should be some kind of nonprofit fund set up at the village level for things like this, where money comes through. It has to be clearly earmarked for the commissions. It can be whatever, but it should go in like a 501c3, because if you're taking in money, any money, it has to be clearly earmarked, whoever we take it from, because AK Mulch giving money to the village will set up red flags elsewhere. So it has to go into the right kind of fund and sit there to be used for these activities. So I don't know what we have to do, but we need to set up a fund for that.
Suzanne?
Yeah.
So I think it would be beneficial if we schedule a meeting with finance, the village manager's office, and just kind of go everything, financial, because we would have to have the village manager sign contracts. If you are taking sponsorships, then likely there is parameters that you have set forth for which the village is responsible for ensuring that's, taken care of. So like, where is the money going to, that sort of thing. So in this particular case, I think it's just, these are very specific questions for the board to answer now that I don't think the village is up to speed with. So we can schedule a meeting to meet with the commission, Gina, finance, and get everything worked out and get you guys comfortable and everybody on the same page. I think that would be best.
I do want you to know that Mary has come here several
Yeah,
times.
and she's worked with the finance department.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah, but I think just for this particular event, if you're taking sponsorships,
Okay.
all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
All right.
Okay. We have a motion to extend the budget for the Fund Commission, $3,025. Clerk Kornecki.
Okay, trustee Kumar,
Yes.
trustee Patrick,
Yes.
trustee Kozar,
Yes.
trustee Alfano,
Yes.
President Kazal.
Yes. Okay, so your event is going on. Okay.
In the spirit of levity, since they're not doing a tractor hay rides, can we put a trailer on the Hellcat? See, Greg, maybe Greg
What
could
about the
drive that around?
insurance there?
Yeah, hopefully. Okay, we did add one thing to new business, and that is selling naming rights to the recreation building.
Discussing. Yeah.
So Manager Harline, why don't you?
So a group approached Greg Gola about the possibility of naming rights for the village buildings, and at the time they weren't sure what we were up to, but we talked to him about the fact that we had a recreation center and talked to him a little bit about what we had in mind, and they thought that they could raise some money for our facility. I would like to send this, my recommendation to you would be to ask them to appear before the Parks and Recreation Commission and give us give a recommendation back to the board as to whether to pursue a naming rights contract with the group that's come before us specifically is highlevelpromotions.com. But I think and they have a specific way of seeking it. But there may be other opportunities or individuals who want to, and I don't know if there are, but if we had somebody who came forward and said that they'd like to make a donation towards the recreation center, I think one of the things is, kind of get an idea of what we'll accept, what would $2,000 get you, just to be, blunt or crass about it. So that's what I would like to see happen, and then both High Level Productions can make a presentation before them, and then we can talk about the larger issue of raising funds from private donors to help us get, even if it's too late to make some of those decisions we've already made, we've got a lot of outdoor facilities still to build that are going to go around the rec center. I know the Kiwanis group, the Kiwanis Club, has talked about trying to raise some funds. I don't know I'm in it. I don't know what their capacity is, but I'd like to have them address those issues. And I'm just running on now.
Okay. Trustee Kumar.
Well, if you want naming rights for a whole building, you better at least be donating $1 million, okay? If you're donating $2,000, you could have a brick.
I agree.
I mean, yeah. So, there's got to be a good amount of donation, so we need to discuss, the numbers. If you're donating $1 million, obviously you should have a little bit more say, at least, but if you're donating $2,000, you can get a brick, or if you're donating towards a park, maybe a plaque in the park, things like that. But you really need to specify a good amount for naming the building. Otherwise, the village, who's actually donating most of the money as a community, gets to name the building.
So that's
Director Gold.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's naming rights that they approach us with, as well as sponsorships. So there could be ABC companies sponsoring the basketball floor and put their name on the floor. So it might be a little less than.
Yeah.
If there's a big, they use the example of Wintrust Bank. If there's a big corporation out there that wants to name something like Wintrust at Lions Park. But there's all these other little the fitness rooms. You know, there might be.
Yeah, you can name a
ATI.
room, you can
Exactly.
name a thing. I mean, 100,000 will get you a room, something will give you. I'm suggesting, I know what the hospital does, for instance. If you want to get a name on a room at, let's say, Children's Hospital, you have to donate 100,000. Then they will put it on a little dinky room,
Yeah.
okay? So think big.
We are. but
Okay,
it's a little-
yeah,
the
don't think
Northwestern
small, and-
Hospital is a little different than.
I'm
the rec
just,
center.
yeah.
But there's possibility of different rooms, the weight room, that type of thing. The group that approached us, the sponsorship would take over maybe a 10-year period, where they would donate $15,000 a year for 10 years, $150,000 for a room, let's say. So they're gonna find those sponsorships, and if there's a big company out there, you know, Coke or Beverage, you know, we would supply, you know, Pepsi products in the concession stands and what have you. What are they gonna pay? So they'll hopefully get a list of all the different sponsors or what the potential pay is, and then we'd bring it to the board and go from there.
I think we can always set out a kind of a goal amount that we expect from, I mean, even your small sponsors are important. I just think you can set out, let's say, I mean, they probably already doing this.
They have a good idea.
So they have a good idea. Bring us their good idea, and then we'll see if that idea matches with our good
We'll
idea.
bring it to the commission and see what they have to say, what they're looking at.
Right, we even went farther, not only the rec center, is like, you can sponsor, there's no scoreboard over at Lions Park for the baseball field.
Yeah, right.
You know, there's an opportunity for them to sponsor, we'll put up a scoreboard, they pay for the scoreboard, we put their name on the scoreboard, they sponsor that. Irish. So there's a lot of different.
I mean, we've done this with the school, like School District 48 we have a capital plan that we put into account when I was on the FDC there, and we were collecting money, and then the scoreboard was the first thing that we changed. So those are processes that can exist, definitely should exist for donate, and definitely should have line items and spaces for donations. It's a good thing, but it's good that they bring it to us, but we should have a final say in how much and what, you know, in the end. For instance, you know, we may not want a donation from a particular
Correct.
group. I mean, you might say that doesn't fit with the ethic of Villa
They've
Park,
mentioned
right?
They've mentioned
Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of times tobacco companies will donate, but we may not want their donation. So you have to think about those things outside of the box also. You know, have to put specifications out.
We'll see what they come up with at the commission.
Yeah.
and we'll-
Once they get us,
Yeah.
they're hunting for sponsors now, so once they.
Good. Okay. All right, we'll move on to old business. Discussion regarding recording of Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission meetings. I know we've discussed this with the last board, and open up for any discussion here. Just too much.
I want to say that I understand the need for transparency, but not physical. I've always thought that it doesn't matter if you're on actual camera for full transparency. I know there's body language. There is a cost to this. I'm not against recording. I think maybe we should do a test of different recordings across the commissions, run a test at one point to see where the value is. I do think we can do a voice recording of every commission. It doesn't cost us much at all to keep those records, just like we do an executive session. It's a very easy mechanism. There's no reason we can't start with that and have that across the board. You can always post that quite easily. It can be verified quite easily by staff. But having an actual video recording is costing $350 per recording, and that you're talking,
300.
okay, 300, but for 11 commissions, you're talking about 3,300 over so many months, and I really do feel that, I mean, I love the commission that I sit on, but the sparks we get out of the Economic Development Commission may not, brook the transparency question as much, just because you get all of us, our faces on there versus in a voice recording. So I understand the need for transparency. I understand the need for having that information, but I'm going to suggest that we start with the voice recordings and then move on to just P&Z is recorded. I understand that's there are certain commissions that need that for the amount of information that has to get out to the public, but I'm suggesting we do a test of all the commissions, maybe a voice recording somewhere over the next year, so we don't spend more than $3,000 on figuring out what commission need full recording.
Okay. Well, tonight, we're strictly talking about Parks and Rec, so, I mean, that's something that we can look at. I know they have been recording off of Zoom because of one of the commissioners who cannot attend the meetings. So those are available, I believe, to go out on.
And they don't have any cost as I see, so that's okay as long as we have that information.
We have that opportunity right now instead of spending $300 per meeting,
So question for Manager Harline on those Zoom recordings. Now that we are not in any emergency declaration by the governor, is that something that we can do as a government entity?
This is not exactly answering your question. What we could do is spend between $600 and $1,200 and get a pretty decent, like desktop camera system that can videotape the meetings, and we can have them online within a couple of days. I don't want to promise the next day because they can push a button back there and have it on when it works.
Yeah.
And have it on the next day. But we could do that, and it wouldn't be as intrusive. I mean, and we could have that for any commission, anytime. And we took a look at the cost of that, and they'd also be available for some other processes. And when staff is doing Zoom meetings with vendors and stuff, we can also use it for that. So that's a solution that staff, not myself, I think Suzanne or Brian came up with that idea, and I think that would solve this problem.
Certain members, but you have to have the board, quorum of the board there.
Right.
So just clarification regarding whether, now that the emergency declaration is over, whether you can have fully digital meetings, and the answer to that is no. So we can no longer hold Zoom meetings for purposes of holding a public meeting. You still have the ability under the Open Meetings Act to allow for virtual attendance of a member of a commission or the board at a meeting for the reasons specified in the law and by vote of the board. To allow that, but that requires the physical presence of a quorum at the meeting anyway, so those prior Zoom meetings are no longer capable of being held by the public body.
Thank you for that.
Trustee Patrick.
Just to clarify then too, once the Iowa Community Center is demolished, where will the Parks and Recreation Commission hold their meetings?
The rec center.
At the new rec center?
Yeah.
The rec center, yeah.
So in the time being?
The rec center should be built first before the Iowa Community
I was not going to get demolished.
So Parks and Recreation will be holding their new meetings at the new recreation building.
That's the plan. I mean, they're your board. You can tell them they have to meet here if you want, but that is the plan.
So, and then I guess this is a question for the village attorney then. According to what you were saying, we could still utilize Zoom if there are special circumstances in which a commission member cannot attend those meetings. Those Zoom meetings can then be recorded, essentially being our recorded version of a meeting and published or put on a YouTube channel?
Well, I believe that the Open Meetings Act allows that for the board of trustees. The corporate authorities can have this, have the attendance by a means other than physical presence by allowance of the Board of Trustees. I'd have to look at the village code to see if the code allows that for commissions as well, and just review the Open Meetings Act to see if that allows for all,
So then essentially, we're just worrying about a village code prohibiting us from...
Or the Open Meetings Act,
Or the
with
Open
respect to the commissions.
Right.
It's unquestioned that the board can do that, allow for that attendance by
However, we have to
another
find out
means.
whether or not it applies to the commissions, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There's no, the village could, of course, videotape its own meeting if the suggestion, there's no problem doing what I'm suggesting, right?
Correct.
Okay, I
No,
didn't
you
think so.
can videotape a meeting. and-
Didn't ask.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Alfano.
So, we just said that the Parks and Rec Commission is going to have some discussions on selling naming rights. We kind of okayed that, correct? With that and with a multi-million-dollar building that they will be advising us on, I think in some form or fashion, it really is important that we have those recordings so that everybody here and every resident who wants to kind of chime in or pay attention to it and tune in, I think it's really important that we have that.
Trustee Kumar.
And I'm not against that. I also suggest that if we're getting this fancy community building, that we have some setup in one of the rooms that we run, that, you can press a button and record over there, just like you can over here. I mean, it's something that we should permanently have as a feature. Yeah, I mean.
Also look into
It's-
the manager's suggestion about just buying a cheap camera, $600 or how much?
No,
Top of the line pretty much was start 12, not top of the line, but, $600, $1,200. We can,
yeah, that should be definitely, you can get a 4K for that, that'll record. I'm not denying that. The issue is then, I'm just saying that there should be one in that building that's permanently there. It doesn't make sense to build a multi-million-dollar facility and worry about a $1,200 camera.
Trustee Kozak.
So we got Parks and Rec, we got a $20 million rec center coming in. We're talking about sponsorships now that the Parks and Rec Commission is going to be talking about. The chair, or the previous chair of the Parks and Rec, stood here and told us the only decisions they make is the cost of pool passes, which I find very hard to believe. I don't want to believe that that's all they do in a whole year's time. I hear arguments that members don't want to spend money. And I hear arguments from Parks and Rec that the boardroom was not accessible because there were 2 mobile garbage cans sitting right there. I hear commission members saying that they don't want to be videoed because they're going to lose members and that there's nothing worth viewing. So we continued this last discussion because I said I wanted to go and sit and talk and have a dialogue with the Parks and Rec. But then there wasn't even a quorum. Like 2 people showed up. The meeting started 45 minutes late, and there were 4 village employees there. So these commission members are arguing that they're so budget conscious and want to save money, but they have no problem, and I've heard no objection, that 4 staff members are wasting their time to read reports after hours in this Parks and Rec meeting where they say that they don't do anything. Instead of fostering a dialogue, I hear these commission members complaining that too many trustees attended the meeting, and that's what they're focused in on, rather than talking about, hey, how can we be more transparent? What can we do? They come back and they want a memo, and they want to use up attorney time writing a memo because there's trustees at a public meeting. It's roadblock after roadblock. And then, I don't know if it was an accident or not, but I mean, it just felt pretty lousy when we voted on a date certain to have this topic come up, and then it's not on the agenda. So, very bad timing on this. This Parks and Rec Commission doesn't want transparency. They don't have an issue wasting resources by having 4 village employees there. We've got a $20 million project coming up. We've got kids' programs that are important. We've got a pool that's in disrepair. We've got programs that are canceled due to lack of attendance. This situation, this commission adds to the feeling that many of our constituents have that their government is letting them down because they're involved with the things that are Parks and Rec. It's ridiculous that the board, or I even have to fight this hard for government transparency, simply to record these meetings so we can see what's going on and we don't have to go to the Iowa Center at 7 o'clock or whatever time it is on a Thursday, that we can see what's going on. We need to know what's going on. Everybody at home needs to know what's going on. Everybody in this boardroom needs to know what's going on. At all levels of our government, not just Parks and Rec, but across the board. And if nothing's going on and nothing's getting done at these Parks and Rec commissions, and the Parks and Rec has no power and makes no decisions, and really the staff runs the show and it's the tail wagging the dog, we should know this. And maybe in 6 months, what we need to be talking about here at the board level is changes to that commission and new commission members, or disbanding the commission, or a better way to have this commission work productively for our village and the kids who deserve to enjoy the Parks and Rec activities that our tax dollars pay for. If you want to keep secrets, and if you want to make it difficult, and you want to make it hard to know what our village government is doing and what our commissions are doing, then vote against allowing the commission meetings to be recorded and accessible to our residents. But if you believe in transparency, and if you believe that the information should be easily accessible and conveniently accessible, vote yes, and let's start recording these meetings, and then let's review it in a few months, 6 months. Nothing is ever permanent, and we can revisit it. But our village, our neighbors, and our people have a right to know what's going on in Parks and Rec, especially given all this pushback, unnecessary pushback. So I'm saying vote yes, let's get this recorded, and let's get started right away.
I think that's a slap in the face of Parks and Rec, saying that they don't want transparency. They come out, their minutes are out every month, they have their meetings there every month, and to say that they are against transparency is a slap in the face for every commission there that's on that, to the staff. The meetings are open. People can come to the meeting anytime they want. And to say that just because they don't want it recorded and don't want to spend the $3,500 a year to have it recorded is nonsense. I think this is an issue now just of costs, and we've come up with a potential way of keeping the costs down and still having it videotaped. But I think saying that they don't want transparency when they're there every week or every month and the minutes are out there every month is a slap in their face. And I still will vote against it. I'm okay with getting professional videotaping, I think, is wrong. Trustee Kumar.
I do not validate the comments that just came forth from Trustee Kozar. I think that was a one meeting you went to. I've been to multiple meetings with Parks and Rec, and there have been multiple people there, and they are a very hardworking commission. I do not know why they were not there that particular meeting, but I personally have been to multiple meetings, and I don't think we should judge our commissions again just like the Fund Commission or the Economic Development Commission, or this is a volunteer force. I value all the volunteer force and all the commissions equally. This is not one commission versus another. I'm getting that feeling unnecessarily, at least that's the feeling I'm getting. We don't want to do that. I understand your point about transparency, but there's multiple venues for transparency. Manager Harline has come up with a clear venue for transparency. I don't think they'll have a problem recording. There is a person who is disabled on the Parks and Rec Commission and has had concerns due to his disability to come into the village. And I certainly would not want to disenfranchise anybody who has a disability for purposes of so-called transparency. Transparency can happen in many ways, as Manager Harline has said. Definitely, we will be, there are ways to record. And I do agree that I am not disagreeing that Parks and Rec is a very valid commission. They do a lot. I think there's this misconception that they only set pool prices. I'm disagree. I agree with you, Trustee Kozar, in that they do a lot more. They do have valid input. There's no point in there being a Parks and Rec Commission unless they matter. They put together a tremendous amount of programs. They deal with the baseball that comes into town. Oftentimes I've seen them deal with that. And the staff that's there, they are all part and parcel of that commission. You need them there. I don't know why 4 staff members are there. Usually I see Greg there and Gina there because she's there, but not always are there 4 staff members there. It just might have been a one-off occasion. Maybe because the quorum wasn't there, right? I don't know why, but it seems like a strange occurrence. So that being said, recording them is fine. I understand that now, especially, I agree also with Carrie that there, Trustee Alfano, sorry, that there is validity, given that we're going to talk about sponsorships, naming of our very nice new community center. It's valid to get their input, and we need to get their input. I'm not denying that. And if we can find a reasonable way, but I do see that when we have so many expenses in the community center, the commission is just thinking, why spend the money? What is the extra dollar? If it's not, worth it for us. So it's a two-sided. I will be voting to record using a private recorder of some sort. That's fine. I will vote for that. I don't think we need to spend the $300 to process this recording in the professional fashion that's being done for PNC or other things, because they have their off seasons and their on seasons.
Okay.
So that's,
Trustee Patrick.
President Kazone, you said that the Parks and Recreation Committee's meetings are open to the public, and if they wanted to go, they could just attend that. And I couldn't disagree with you more. First of all, not everybody has the luxury of being retired or a traditional 9-to-5 job. In more modern families these days are working later hours into this. People have responsibilities like children and kids and other things like that. Parks and Recreation mostly revolves around kids and families, which they do. When is the village going to become modernized? When are we going to be able to do what other municipalities do and be transparent and be able to record these? So that way parents that don't work a traditional 9-to-5 or people that aren't retired have the ability to go to their phone and just watch a Parks and Recreation meeting. I completely agree with Trustee Kozar on everything that he said, okay? We are making decisions here for the public that they should be well aware of and be able to have the opportunity to see that on their phone. YouTube is one of the biggest websites out there that provides content to millions of people worldwide. Why can't the village get on board with this? Why can't we allow our residents the opportunity, especially the residents that don't have the ability to make it here on those times, to be able to see these things? I think that's a disservice to our residents and their families by not being able to be part of those discussions just by watching these videos and listening what's happening. That's what I think. So, I think that these meetings need to be recorded and put on YouTube.
I didn't mean that as the meetings are there if they want to go, and if they can't, don't see them.
So then
I
how
said
do you
I'm
account for
okay,
those?
I
How do
said
you
I'm
account for those
okay
people
with
then?
recording. We record it on Zoom, or as the manager said, we get a camera. I don't think we need to spend $300 a meeting to have it professionally done. And
So how much does it cost us to have the staff there a night? Because I know that their salaries are way more than $300 a
They're
night.
there anyway. They're there at these meetings anyway. When I was liaison with Parks and Rec, there was always at least the director and Gina and usually one other person. They were always there at these meetings.
Why? Is that a good utilization of our resources and our staff hours? Exactly to the point that Trustee Kozar was saying. Is listen, if we're talking about budgeting numbers, why are we talking about the amount that it costs to record these when we should be talking about how much it's costing to keep the lights on, how much it costs to have these staff members there and everything else that's there? Like I said, we are doing a disservice to those parents out there, to the families that cannot make those meetings.
Have you gone to those meetings?
Yes, I have been.
Okay, and staff is there to answer questions about programs that are going on. They're there on problems that they're having. The director will give a report on what staff's doing as far as keeping ball fields going and things like that. So staff is always there anyway.
We have a commission right here in our presence that earlier today said, how many people does it take to screw in a light bulb? How many staff members do we need on hand to be able to tell our residents or our commissions what's going on? We don't need multiple staff members there. What we need to be worrying about is how we provide this content to our residents.
And
what is the
there's ways
issue
of
with
doing
it?
it without spending $300 a meeting.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
And we brought it up. There's Zoom that we're recording.
But we just, the village attorney just said that we cannot use Zoom for those calls, for those meetings. How are we going to provide that video to our residents?
I didn't say you can't use Zoom as the recording mechanism as long as the meeting is held physically and the commission members are physically present. If you're utilizing Zoom as the recording mechanism, that's okay, as long as there is a physical meeting taking place at the village. What I said is you can no longer use Zoom as the actual forum for holding the meeting. But if you're using Zoom merely to record the meeting, that's just the recordation process, and that's fine, as long as there is a physical meeting taking place at the village.
More people that utilize YouTube and that are more modern in this society, they utilize video. That's what YouTube is about.
Right, and you
they
take
don't
the video off of
listen
Zoom.
to audio recordings.
No, you take the video off of Zoom and put it up on YouTube.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. So if we can do that, why are we paying to do P&Z? Why are we paying to do traffic and safety? Are you suggesting a whole revamp? Like only Parks and Rec is going to go off the Zoom? Part of the reason that meeting started 45 minutes late is because they couldn't figure out Zoom. They couldn't figure out how to do it on that one meeting.
Been doing Zoom.
He worked for 45 minutes trying to figure out how to get on.
God, I didn't know.
Yeah, you're still talking.
Can I, while he's coming to this.
So our one commissioner, he was, last month, he was on his phone instead of his computer. And that was the problem with him. Because of COVID, he's been at home and he's attended every meeting. The last meeting was, he was using his phone instead of his computers, from what I understand. So that's where the issue was. So we were trying to connect with him so we could have a quorum. I've been here for 13 years. That's the second meeting that we've ever not held because we didn't have a quorum. Every other meeting we've had in 13 years, close to it, we've had. So it's just twice, Trustee
And it
Kozar.
just happened to be the meeting that I announced that I was going to that had all these problems.
You were there. You were there the meeting before, I believe, as well.
No, I wasn't.
This wasn't the first meeting you attended. Anyway, and by the way,
it was.
No, I thought you were there at another meeting. I might be mistaken. But anyway, there's 4 staff members that are there.
That's crazy. 4 staff members.
They're not getting paid hourly. Those are salaried positions.
Right, but they don't work 24 hours a day.
Part of their salaried, part of their
I've
salaried
been
position.
recognized.
It's just, it's part of their salaried position. to
I didn't
attend those
ask
meetings.
any questions.
So, but
So
I'm
he's not
just,
up there.
I'm just explaining.
Right.
With the.
I know, you're
And
interjecting, which
one-
is fine.
There's one.
But
thank
4
you.
staff members are crazy to be at a Parks and Rec meeting. You need 1 staff member.
I
That's
could
it.
report on Gina's stuff and Brian's stuff. However, they're in the front line. They have better knowledge than I with their staffing and what's going on. I could read what they give me, that's fine. But
Absolutely.
they have, if there's specific questions to programming, they're better capable of answering those than I can. So that's why they attend. And there's one paid administrative assistant who does the recording. And that,
So we've
that's,
got a
that's in
paid
the-
administrative
that's
assistant.
in the budget. That's what we budget
Right.
for. And there's other commissions that do the same thing.
And there've been no complaints about the paid administrative assistant. And I'm not even complaining about having 4 village employees there. It's just the argument that we're spending too much money to have transparency is, I mean, it just kind of, you want to talk about slap in the face. You got 4 village employees there and you don't want to spend the money, not you, but those 2 commission members, over and over and over again.
Yeah, please.
Don't.
Okay, stop. Let's, okay, you know what?
That's enough.
I'm going to move off this topic as my right is,
But I still have the floor.
I have the right to
No, you
close
don't.
conversation. Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
You don't.
According to Robert's rules,
We're
once
fol-
you are given the floor, he has the right to 15 minutes of uninterrupted speech. You do not have that right.
No.
It's in
he does
Robert's
not.
rules. You gave us a book earlier.
And our code discusses Robert's rules, that we have adopted Robert's rules.
So the chair has the authority to govern the meeting. The public does not have the authority to interrupt and engage in a debate of the meeting unless requested by the chair to come up and speak. The village president has the authority to govern this discussion, and if it's getting out of order, he can direct that discussion appropriately.
And the reason it's getting out of order is because people from the public are stepping up to talk.
The village president handled that situation, and he is now advancing the conversation.
But
Let's take a vote on whether or not we're going to have this recorded. I mean, do we need more discussion on this?
Yes. Yes.
I think we've had enough.
I need more discussion on this.
Hang on.
Can I?
All right, go ahead.
I want to say one thing. I understand recording Parks and Rec, but there's a lot of other commissions that I find it devaluing it if not all the commissions are also recorded. So if we're going to do that policy, we should keep it consistent. Any volunteerism, everybody is equal. Of our volunteers, whatever commission, we should also be, there were lots of questions that came up with the Fund Commission and there was a lot of communication issues and confusion. I really think that also should be recorded. The village should have known all the effort they're putting in and what they're doing. So if we're gonna record, let's record across the board. I'm fine with not doing it at $300 a pop if we can use this camera, but all the commissions should be recorded then. I just feel like consistent policy is important more than anything. And it would be prohibitive for us to record all the commissions at $300 a pop. And I don't see why one commission is more worth recording than another. And that includes P&Z, environmental concerns. All our commissions are special and important.
Joseph,
President Kazone, you had mentioned that when you were on the Parks and Rec as liaison, you had said that you saw that they had reports that were coming and discussing in the commission. If Parks and Rec is a department and reports to the board, why are we not getting that instead, and why is it going through a commission? if my question makes any sense, because that is information that as a trustee, I would like to know. Why is it
It was
why is it being
basically
disseminated in
staff
a-
reporting to the commission.
Okay. So they don't have to report to.
But
the
and then
trustees.
that's in, yeah, because then that's in the minutes of the meeting.
Almost, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going to get that weekly. They get it monthly. So you're getting that information. There
I'm
may
not
be
seeing all of that information that I'm being told is part of the commission, though. I'm not seeing numbers for programs. I'm not seeing what programs have had to be cut, what programs are cut and why.
Well, we did just send a report, maybe it was just before you got on the commission, but we sent a pretty detailed report on that. We can resend that one out or update it, but they track those sort of things, and if you want that to be added to the regular weekly report, you know, we've tried to pare things down. It used to be 37 pages, now we got it down a little bit shorter. So we can, you can ask for specific information like that, but we're not trying to deny it to the.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying I'm not sure why that's going through a commission and why it's not coming to the board.
Yeah, because
It's both directions.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
All right, should be a vote or should be consensus?
Should be a vote to direct the manager to record the meeting.
Okay, so we'll have a vote to direct the village manager to, in one way or another, start recording Parks and Rec Advisory Commission meetings. Clerk Konecki.
Wait,
wait.
there would need to be a motion.
we need a
and
motion?
second.
I will make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Hey, Trustee Alfano?
I'll second.
Okay. All right, Clerk Konecki.
Don't we have, wait, are we just voting?
In one way or another is.
In
Yeah.
one way or another? To record.
Yeah, well, somehow we will
I'm not, I don't
No, that
like the
wasn't my
language.
motion.
I refuse to answer.
My motion is to record Parks and Rec until further notice in the traditional way that we are recording meetings,
Using Suncom
using Suncom.
and live broadcasts.
Yeah. And if at a later date, there's another alternative, bring that to the board for conversation.
So trustee Kozar has clarified his motion. Trustee Alfano, do you second that motion?
Do you second that?
Okay.
Okay, Clerk Konecki.
Okay, trustee Patrick,
Yes.
trustee Kumar. Yes. Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
President Kazone.
No. So we'll have to discuss that with the director and see how that's going to work out.
So the vote was 4-1 to record and broadcast with Suncom. Okay.
All right, move on to item 12B, the Union Place Villa Park project at the Metro Station. Manager Harley.
The development group that includes WellQuest. Sorry.
Oh, I can't speak on that. I'll speak on it later. Just go ahead.
Okay. The development group, which includes WellQuest, would consider revising its project. It could reduce the size of the project to one 5-story building rather than 2 7-story buildings. The 150-unit assisted living, memory care, and independent living building would be elongated over the entire site, allowing it to go from 7 to 5 stories. They would also incorporate the train station into the building and preserve the parking spaces for commuters. Before development expends time, the development group expends time and resources investigating the feasibility of a revised proposal. It would like to know if the board would support a 5-story project.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any discussion on this? Trustee Patrick.
I would support a project like this if parking could be addressed.
Anyone else? Okay. I'd like to see what their plans are and what, how they would set this up and make sure that we have enough parking, that we're reserving all the parking, and what the building is going to look like, the train station. But if they're willing to at least come up with some preliminary site plans to let us know what that looks like. Trustee, or Director Burke.
Good evening. So before the development group really puts any more resources into it, they really wanted to know if the board would support at least a 5-story building.
Okay. The staff would continue to negotiate with them.
Yeah, and then the details will be worked out, but there was concern about a 7-story building. They think they might be able to make it work with a 1-story building at 5 stories, and that's what they're asking if.
Trustee Kumar.
I would support this project if, one, the parking stayed the same, two, the train station involved was contained within itself as to not, not be a safety concern for the residents who will be there. So they have to take that into consideration, and and I would be okay with a 5-story.
Trustee Alfano.
I have some reservations about putting support behind this at the moment, and that's because of other developments that are scheduled there, because I'm not sure how I can picture all of that. And also, are they taking away then affordable living for seniors? Is it just assisted living, memory care, and independent living by bringing down the 7-story to 5-story? Did I read that right? I thought I read that somewhere.
Yes.
That's correct. The one building that would be eliminated was the senior affordable housing.
Okay. And there, so that also makes it a little more difficult for me to support, because the idea was we wanted affordable housing for seniors, and then we've taken that part away. So I'm not sure that I could support that at that moment. If they're willing to give us some preliminaries on a 5-story, I'm willing to be open to that, but I do have some concerns.
Okay. Trustee Patrick.
If the board does decide to move forward with the project, or at least listen to ideas, is there any way that in these discussions with the developer that we might be able to implement a pedestrian underpass at that location?
It's a possibility if, say, they have to go underground for, parking.
Okay.
To meet the current Metro parking.
Okay.
There could be, subgrade parking that
Okay.
would have to be.
I definitely agree with Trustee Alfano about the affordable living as well, but it's also, we have a need for at least a pedestrian underpass as well. So if there's something that we could get into those negotiations as well, we could get more bang for our buck if possible. But overall, I'm in favor of the project, but I would like those issues to be addressed.
Okay. Consensus on that? Consensus?
Yes, you have to give board direction, so maybe take a consensus on
Staff is just looking for an okay from the board to go ahead, and that this would be considered. To continue negotiations. They want a little bit of an indication this is a possibility.
Okay. Okay, so, so we can just get consensus on this, on the recommendation to direct staff to engage the development group to produce a 5-story senior living project that incorporates a metro station and parking for commuters. The board will then have to declare the property surplus at some point, or direct staff to let the development group know that the village is not willing to sell its parking lot. So we can get a consensus on either recommendation number 1 or recommendation number 2.
we start with number 1.
Okay, all right, we'll start with number 1. Whoa. The recommendation to direct staff to engage a development group to produce a 5-story senior living project.
Okay, consensus. Okay, Trustee Kozar? Consensus?
Yeah, so I am for continuing negotiations and getting more details on how they would want to do this and working out any issues that may occur. So according to what you're asking, the short answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay. Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so that's.
Takes care of it.
Takes care of it, okay. Thank you, Director Burke. Okay, we'll move on to item 13, Village Clerk's Report.
No report.
Okay, Village Trustees Report, we will start on my left. Trustee Alfano.
So thank you, everybody, and I know it's been a late night, so I appreciate that you've been sitting here with us. I know, and I'm sure that President Kazone will remind you also, June 17th is Veterans Remembrance Day per his proclamation from the last board meeting. And then the weekend of the 24th, here in Villa Park is really exciting. We have the 24th and the 25th is Youth Baseball All-Star Weekend, but that's also Summer Festival on that Saturday. And then we have Kites and Kicks on Sunday, so it is going to be a jam-packed weekend here in Villa Park for that. I also want to thank Chief Rivas for all of, thank you to our Villa Park Police Department, because I know you've been really busy in the past few days and there have been a lot of things that have come up, and you help keep our community safe and you do it in a way that makes us proud. Thank you.
Trustee Kumar.
I want to make a comment on recording. I would like to put a proposal forth for a voice recording of all the commissions, not just Parks and Rec. If we're going to do it and we're going to have recordings, at least we should have a voice recording of the others. I do not like devaluing any of our commissions, and that information will be valuable and transparent along the ways. So I'm not going to ask for Suncom for everyone, but I will be asking for a voice recording of every commission we have.
Trustee Patrick.
I'd like to make a motion that we as a village do as Trustee Kumar is saying and start to implement recordings, audio recordings of the commissions as well, effective as soon as we can make that happen. I have more to say, but go ahead.
Yes. So right now, what I would ask is that the board gives a consensus on the issue as opposed to entertaining a formal motion in this regard, because this item is not specifically listed on the agenda. You can discuss it, and if you want to give the manager direction via consensus on that issue, you may do so.
Okay. I would request that, first of all, I would request that the village take a consensus on what the village attorney just said about recording the rest of the commissions through audio. So we'll go there. But first of all, I want to specifically thank the Fund Commission for coming out tonight. It was a long night. I want to thank you for all of your hard work and everything that you're doing for our community, focusing on families and everybody else that's coming out here. Your work, your hard work is not going unnoticed. So thank you for making this a better place for us. On top of that, I also want to thank our village fire department and police department out there. Now, I know I say this before in the past, but I truly believe that we have the best departments in the state of Illinois. And you can see that. It's evident in the camaraderie that is happening. We see you out there in the streets. We are taking notice. We see it. Thank you for what you are doing. We appreciate that. I appreciate that. And then lastly, I want to thank our village staff for giving us an insightful tour today, putting everything together and giving us a broader perspective on what's happening with our infrastructure and our buildings that we own. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Trustee Kozar.
Did we want to do a consensus?
Yes.
Okay, do a consensus vote on voice recording all of the commissions, starting immediately?
Okay, Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes. Okay, so we will have to discuss that.
Yeah. Won't be that hard. Just should be to buy a little bit of equipment.
So for my trustee report, thank you for everyone attending this long meeting. I would like to see Robert's rules be a topic of conversation at a COW. I think everybody on this board and everybody who watches these meetings will benefit from a Robert's Rules discussion and tutorial. We have signed it into law under Section 2-410 that says that our meetings will be governed by Robert's Rules. So let's understand what that is. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, President's report, got a few things. Our state attorney, state representative, Diane Blair Sherlock, is having a school supply drive at her office at Villa in St. Charles. Any unused supplies, pencils, pens, papers, she's collecting all of those now that school's out, so I'm sure a lot of people are putting away all their stuff from the school year, and so instead of throwing it out, she's collecting that. As Trustee Alfano said, the summer festival will be Saturday, June 24th from 11 to 10:30 at the gazebo on the Prairie Path or on the park in Ardmore there. So that's usually a good time, and hopefully the weather will stay good for that. Concerts have started in Cortese Park on the Thursdays in June and Thursdays in August. So those start at 6:30, and the bands have been really good so far the first 2 weeks. And the Kiwanis will start their concerts at the gazebo in July on Wednesday. Also, I believe at 6:30 they'll start. And there is food at both venues. June 17th, this Saturday, is also electronic recycling at on Home Avenue here from 9 to 12 o'clock. You have to have a valid Villa Park ID to drop things off. And also on June 17th at Sturley Funeral Home will be the celebration of the 7 urns of former soldiers, veterans who had no one ever claimed their ashes. And I guess from what I understand, they do now have each one of the urns. There was a family member that was contacted. So July 17th, 1 o'clock at Sturley Funeral Home, there will be a little celebration. There'll be VFW will have personnel there, and there will be, I believe, a 21-gun salute, and it should be an interesting afternoon there. And that is all I have. And we'll go to the village manager's report.
All right, thank you. Just had a couple of items. Number one, you probably already aware of this, but the carts are being distributed throughout Villa Park. They are dropping off both large and small carts if you ordered a small trash cart. And if you ordered additional carts, I believe there are like 44 for additional recycling and 111 or so for additional trash carts. And so they should be dropped off. They are staging the carts behind what used to be, in the parking lot that is sometimes used for the concerts, but behind Eclipse and what used to be Cherokee Rose, kind of that area. And then they're moving them out each day. We hope to have it all done by Wednesday or Thursday of next week. Everyone should have their cart by next week. You can, if you get it before your trash day, you can put it out this week. I just wanted to also, this is something that came up a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago, but I keep forgetting to mention it. We have, through the efforts of Suzanne McVeigh, improved our rating with IRMA, particularly in terms of actively participating in governance of the organization, which goes towards our annual rating. We were around 40% a couple of years ago. We're over 80% now, which is category 1. And actually, our actual participation rate was, I think, 92%. So good work for and those of us who are participating in IRMA, which is our Risk Management Association, keeps our insurance rates down. And finally, I wanted to thank Representative Diane Blair Sherlock, working with our staff. She put some requests in with the state, and we did get an award of $300,000 towards the extension of the Monterey project and the Washington Avenue separation project, and she's been great to work with, and I think we have a great ally there, as well as Senator Susie Glowiak Hilton, and the efforts with working with DMMC continue to provide the village great resources. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item 17A is executive session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120/2C1 regarding the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, and C11 regarding litigation when action against, affecting, or on behalf of the village has been filed and is pending before a court, or when the village finds that an action is probable or imminent. And we have a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. President, I'll make that motion.
Trustee Alfano, do we have a second?
I will.
Trustee Kumar? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Can you take a roll?
I'm sorry, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Trustee,
Clerk Konecki.
here's Trustee Patrick,
Yes.
Trustee Alfano,
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar,
Yes.
President Kazel.
Yes. Okay, we will be in executive session. We will adjourn the meeting out of executive session, so we will not be back out here. We'll be back in the boardroom on June 26th, Monday the 26th. Have a good week and enjoy the nice weather.